masing-masing.
Selamat datang semuanya, selamat pagi, good morning, and thank you all for being here today. We also have a few people joining us over Zoom, and so thank you to all of you for spending your day here, hopefully. My name is Tahani Iqbal, and I'm a consultant with GDIP. GDIP is the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. It's a policy partnership that will advancing digital inclusion issues in the global majority. You'll hear more about GDIP later, but today I just want to share a little bit about what we're here to do today and what we hope to achieve. So as you know, today's event revolves around subsea cable investments, deployment, and the maintenance of these investments. And we hope to talk about the challenges and opportunities of policy and regulatory reforms. This is the second in a series of regional workshops that the GDIP has convened. The first was in Malawi a couple of months ago, alongside the Council of African Regulators meeting. And this is our first in APAC and our first in partnership with Telkom University. So we hope the discussions and engagements today help, to better our understanding and identify reforms for policy and regulatory actions that can incentivize and improve submarine cable investments in the region. And we also hope that the engagements, today will help to foster more collaboration with the varied, stakeholders in the room, line and here. We have a packed agenda. We hope that it's a sharing and engaging session. We want everyone to learn and, hear from all the experiences from all of you in the room today. So please feel free to contribute and share as much as possible. Without further ado, given agenda at hand, I'd like to call upon Dr. Reena Puji Astuti, the Vice Rector from Telkom University, to welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Morning, selamat pagi, selamat datang. Distinguished guests, Mrs. Sonia Jos, as Executive Director of GDIP, Mrs. Evelyn Namara as Senior Program Manager of DGIP, and also come in this event, Bapak Denny Setiawan as Director Resource Management of Kominfo, Bapak Insinyur Marvels Parsauran Situmorang as Director Development of Kominfo, also Bapak Dian Primana Sobarudin as First Admiral of the Indonesia National Army. Thank you, Bapak. Bapak Oriental, Vice Chairman of Operation and Construction of Askalsi. Thank you, Pak Oriental. Also, Bapak Budi Setiawan Dharma Purba as CEO of Telkom International, and Mr. Daniel Agris as USTDA Indonesia Pacific Country Manager, and all the representative of Kominfo, Kemarves, Pusit Rosal, Askalsi, Telkom International, Telkomsel, Indosat, Oradio, XL Asiata, Smartfriend, Mastvel, also USTDA, IMDA, NBTC, DICT, VNTA, OMS Group, NEC, ASEAN Cableship, CIOMA, Google, World Bank, DGIP, and Telkom University. Morning, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, all praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has give His countless gift and graces, so that we all can gather today in the workshop of the cables for unlocking Southeast Asia's digital prosperity. This workshop is a collaborative event between Telkom University and the DGIP that serves to support policy makers and enhancing knowledge through discussion on best practices and lessons learned from global experience. Open dialogue between regulators and experts will pave the way for a shared understanding of subsea cable policies. I trust that the discussion and collaboration fostered here will bring forth significant benefit for the region. Ladies and gentlemen, as an educational institution and in vision of becoming national excellent entrepreneurial university, on 2028, Telkom University is committed to continually conduct research and produce innovations that is supported by the university branches in Jakarta and Surabaya. More than 35,000 students we have, 29 Center of Excellence for doing research and collaborations, and also we have Bandung Technopark for Innovation Center that align with DGB's vision to bridge the digital gap and ensure everyone has meaningful internet access. This momentum, this set vision is further solidified today with the signing of Memorandum of Understanding MOU between Telkom University and DGIP. This MOU pave the way for future collaborations, workshops, and also training programs focused on empowering Indonesia stakeholders in connectivity landscape. In closing, I extend my gratitude for your attention, dedication, and support We believe this workshop will be valuable platform for gaining deeper understanding of subsea cables and their potential to promote digitalization across Southeast Asia. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi.
Thank you, Dr. Rina. I'd like to now call upon Evelyn Namara from GDIP to make her introductory remarks as well.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. You guys seem like you didn't have breakfast this morning. Good. How is everyone? We are very thrilled to have you all here. My name is Evelyn Namara, and I'm with GDIP, and I'm very, very excited to see this coming to pass, and definitely thank our partners, Telkom University, with whom we are doing this with. So I'll quickly introduce the Digital Inclusion Partnership. Like I said, my name is Evelyn Namara. I'm the Senior Programs Manager with the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. GDIP is a coalition of public, private society organizations that work on bringing internet connectivity to the global majority and ensuring everyone is meaningfully connected by 2030. At GDIP, we have 3 ways of working with policymakers and other stakeholders to achieve digital inclusion. We do this through global, regional, and national policy actions, supported by a unique multi-stakeholder decision process. We also do this through solid research, analysis, providing the needed evidence to support policy change at all levels. And we also do this through advisory and technical assistance partnerships with meaningful connectivity to the global majority. So as we like to say at GDIP, that our name is our mission, which is really to advance meaningful connectivity to low and middle income countries to secure digital inclusion for everyone by 2030. So, but now I would really love to turn the attention to that we did, which we were very excited to share with you guys today. Earlier this year, we published the good practices for subsea cable policy. And in this brief, we highlight why subsea cables are important. As we all might know or have read, an estimated 95% of the internet traffic travels through these cables. Therefore, the role of these cables in the infrastructure of the internet makes them a critical element in driving digital economy. So in this brief, you'll see that we highlight what kind of impact these subsea cables have on digital inclusion and what potential they represent. We also take you through a tour around the world and highlight some of the experiences across the globe on subsea cables, and some of these in this brief. And last but definitely not least, we also share some very good policy recommendations that we shall go through today. So I encourage you all, if you haven't, please pick up this policy brief. It's on our website, but you can also use the link provided on that on the screen now, and a copy of the policy. We will use the policy brief as a basis of our conversation today, riding on the experience of everyone in this room to dissecting the potential of subsea cables for Asian regulators and industry players. So this workshop serves as an opportunity to share the knowledge experiences, urging all policymakers to leverage international best practices, adopt strategic regulatory approaches, and envision a future where subsea cables are merely infrastructure, but are a catalyst for societal and economical transformation. And the goal really is for us to spark conversations. Like I say, we have a lot of people who are very experienced in this space today. Ours is to spark the conversation and to let the conversations really flow so that we can share experiences together and also come up with smart policies that can really foster digital inclusion. So thank you all. We look forward to having a very interesting today. Feel free to interact, and we'll be here to support the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. We will now have the MOU signing ceremony between GDIP and Telkom University. And so may I call, okay, let's wait for them to just set up a little bit. All right, I'd like to now call upon Dr. Rina from Telkom U and Evelyn Namara from GDIP to come up and complete the MOU signing. While we get the podium to be brought back, I'd like to call upon Evelyn to come up on stage to set some context about the importance of subsea cables for digital inclusion.
All right, thank you so much. So I'll now just set the context for the importance of subsea cables for digital inclusion so that we can now get into the meat of why we're here. So I think for us, it was most important for us to answer the question, how do we get subsea cables to lead to greater digital transformation? In thinking about cables, I think our theory of change was to think about this question, how do we get subsea cables to lead to greater digital inclusion? And I think for us, we believe that it starts with subsea cables, because we believe that when we build these cables, they set up new connections within the internet, and we ultimately expand broadband to new areas. Because when you don't have cables, that means there are places that don't have internet connectivity. So we believe that it starts with setting up new cables, and these cables, expand coverage that leads to new areas. And then and the second part to this is believe that when we have, the cables set up, it ultimately leads to new international bandwidth, which increases the availability of infrastructure to carry more traffic to different areas. And with this, we believe that then more people are connected, and you have people doing business together, and you have people transacting together. So the new bandwidth also leads to that, basically the last point that we want, which is the digital transformation. And so as more and more infrastructure is built, it then leads to lower prices and better connectivity. And the more broadband capacity we get, as well as infrastructure development, in the long run, it pushes to lower prices and connectivity, meaning more people are able to connect online. And we believe this actually leads to a ripple effect of the lower price and good infrastructure, more bandwidth leads to lower prices and better connectivity, which leads to more people using the internet. So, and not just people using the internet, we are the numbers, but we are also looking at people using the internet meaningfully, meaning that they can interact, they can do things online, they're able to do a lot of things because the price is lower. And so when we have data and they can use the internet daily, ultimately more people get connected. And this is what we believe leads to more digital information, that as more people get online and as more people get access to the internet and as data prices go lower, that ultimately leads to more people using the internet. So that's where we see that loop. We have a positive feedback loop, which then represents more people getting online, more people getting connected every day, and value online. So this is really our theory of change in thinking about subsea cables. And we are hoping that it actually drives prices lower and bringing more people online, ultimately driving the digital transformation. So as we open up the conversations today, we hope that this will be a reality in the future and as we connect more people. So I'll leave it up to you now.
Just change this session a little bit around. We are going first.
Okay.
Right.
Hi, there's a little bit of shifting in the agenda because a couple of people aren't here yet. So we're moving things up. The panel session will happen after Graham and I have gone over the best practices for submarine cable network investments. All right. So as you've just heard from Evelyn, and as we all know, digital inclusion is a key priority for economic advancement, and I mean, it's a key goal. And robust connectivity is critical to achieve this, right? And so a lot of attention tends to be at the last mile. There are quite well developed, mature regulatory frameworks already in place. They keep evolving as things change, but not a lot of thought, or it's not fine for most people to have, international connectivity and the rest of the connectivity value chain when they talk about the importance of connectivity, right? When someone watches a cat video or makes an internet phone call, nobody thinks about the international nature of the internet and, how critical cables are to ensure that they have some access to connectivity. Most regulatory frameworks are, again, directed at the last mile and at protecting end users so that they are able to access the internet in one way or another. And so this is why, we are gathered here today. Why GDIP has conducted this research to shed light on the importance of the policy and regulatory environment and frameworks for international connectivity, and in particular submarine cable connectivity. And so we all know that, for any long drawn out, long-term, large-scale investments, there is a need for a conducive regulatory environment that is predictable, transparent, and stable. That doesn't just change overnight, when things happen. However, because these are multi-jurisdictional, multi-sector, and multi-year, and just long-term investments, there's no single or one policy that will address all of the issues. It requires a collaborative effort across different agencies, the industry, different stakeholders, different players, to come together and figure out what works and what doesn't. Right? And so, I keep forgetting I have to change the slides as I speak. And so, I don't know how many of you have looked at the GDIP Good Practices briefing, but what they have done is they've conducted the study and identified 3 key areas where action is required. So they're bucketed into competition and innovation, regulatory certainty and ease, and infrastructure and maintenance. And within those, there are a few key activities and actions that they've identified as being critical, right? So for example, the competition and innovation, there is a call for open access cable landing stations. Now, what does this mean? It basically is the option where operators and service providers have access to the landing stations. Traditionally, these were controlled by one single operator who set prices, and it wasn't as competitive as it should be. And so this is something that the briefing recommends. The other thing is, again, cost-based pricing as regulatory element. There is a need for competitive cost-based pricing when it comes to interconnection and connecting to terrestrial networks. The other activity that they also call out is that there shouldn't be limits on ownership of these networks. Foreign equity limits and all of that are restricted and just add an additional burden on rolling out these investments. And then a fourth criteria is the definition of private use networks, right? So we'll come to that in a little bit. On the regulatory certainty and ease, there is a call in the paper for a nationally coordinated approach because, as I said, there's so many stakeholders involved. It's important that everyone has access to the same information, the same, everyone's on the same page and everyone knows where things are. And so this need to maintain a stable and transparent policy is critical. When it comes to infrastructure and maintenance, these subsea cable investments are, they have to be designed from the start, from the get-go, to be resilient and to create redundancy. There has to be diversity in landing points, so we can't, bunch up everything in the same place because that doesn't serve any purpose. And of course, that's, happen all the time. So there is a need to streamline repair processes. When cable cuts happen, there's a need to have conducive policies related to cabotage, allowing foreign crews and specialized vessels to come into your waters as quickly as possible, because the longer internet remains down, it has knock-on effect economic and digital inclusion aspirations. Graham, who is our expert, will focus on this in his session. And so, talk about, I guess, the first two. So the GDIP briefing actually covers multiple case studies from around the world. There are lots of good practices and best practices approach that it calls out. But for the purposes of today, I will just focus on a few key examples. Not all related to APAC, but, from here and there. So in the case, starting off with competition, the Genoa Lagaccio open landing station is a prime example of a cable landing station and policy approach where they opened it up to as many operators as they have, promoting competition and ensuring that have cost-based policies in place. And what this has done is it has supported the Italian Genoan hub, to develop and become a sort of global regional infrastructure hub. It also facilitates seamless interconnection because it allows, cost-based price setting. When it comes to private use exemptions, so the EU should be credited. They actually recognize that there are different kinds of network players and service providers that support digital transformation at the end of the day. And so, not everyone should be licensed and regulated in the same manner. In many cases, the large, what's a better word, hyperscalers, who do drive a lot of the investments in submarine cable and international connectivity, for their own private use to support capacity on their own networks. They're not necessarily commercializing it and set this capacity to third parties. So it's not the same to treat them as a local, network operator who is doing that locally. And so recognizing this and put regulations to provide private use exemptions is a key driver in incentivizing submarine cable connectivity. For regulatory certainty and ease, I have one example, and that is from Singapore. We have the IMDA in the room, and I hope that they can further later on. But Singapore, as you know, is a very small country in the APAC region, but it boasts of 20 plus cables along its coast across 3 landing stations, and they have identified that they wish to double this capacity over the next 10 years, and they're working towards it. And how do they do that? Through having very good approaches to regulatory certainty. They have a nationally coordinated policy, and they generally take a whole approach where all their government agencies are aligned, they talk to each other, the information on the processes is available, everybody knows where things are. And when they do consider a subsea cable project, they look at it from an end-to-end connectivity point of view, how it's going to benefit their nation, and they facilitate shipments to the best in the best way that they can. There are clear guidelines, a lot of open communication, which helps drive processes. And in addition to their, support for good regulatory reforms and processes, they also do a lot of the good things into building that competitive environment. So they do have, they don't have any limits on foreigners seeking to, get telecoms licenses, if I'm not mistaken. They do support private use exemptions, and they promote open and cost-effective stations. So this is, definitely an example to follow and emulate, and I hope that they can share a little bit more later on. I'll be quick on this too, because I'm sure Graham will be able to elaborate a lot more. But in terms of infrastructure and maintenance, as I mentioned, building out these cables is a lot of work. It takes a long time from conceptualizing to actually getting them live, but they need to be from the get-go, right? It has to be built into their design. And so what Australia has done in this case is a practice example, which is where they've identified cable protection zones that offer protection from and even penalize any illegal use in those areas. Fishing, dredging, no trawling, and anything that may result in damages to the cable. And so when you're identifying your routes and your permits and all of that, this is something that would make it very easy if there are these zones. I'm sure a lot of you know about the case of Tonga. A few years ago, when they were cut off from the internet, they had one single cable connecting to them, and for cable cuts do happen for reasons beyond our control. And in this case, there was an undersea volcanic eruption that knocked them off the internet for many, many months. And so this was sort of a wake-up call for them. They realized that there is a need for diversity in landing stations. So not everything goes into one point, and there's also a need for multiple cables, not just have reliance on one. And I think Evelyn can probably speak to the African experience from the last few months, where countries which had multiple cables coming in fared so much better that were completely cut off from the internet. So just to quickly wrap up, the brief is available, and I urge you all to access it and read it and learn from it, hopefully. But the key takeaways from are summarized in the next few slides. So open access, cost-based policies are critical. Treating private uses is important as well. No restrictions on foreign ownership are critical to incentivizing and promoting and encouraging these to come together and invest in these subsea cable networks. In terms of providing regulatory certainty and streamlining processes, again, that whole coordinated approach is required. People have to talk to each other, people have to share. There shouldn't be new regulations that, overnight that affect the plans that have been made, 3, 4, 5 years ago and have been set in stone, because changing them has significant impacts and implications on the whole design and planning of these cables. So predictability and transparency are key. Stability and flexibility also are key. There are there's new technology, new developments, new models of partnership, and new demands that are always coming up. No problem, Ibukota. I'm on my last slide, so don't worry. Just wait for Ibukota to sit down. All right. Sorry for the. And yeah, on the last slide that I have, we need the report. The briefing calls for the adequate timely repair of subsea cables. Again, as I mentioned, we need to have clear regulations in place when the subsea cables are designed to, sort of make sure that, they stay intact. So cable protection zones are important. And when cable breaks cuts do happen, you need to, facilitate those timely repairs as quickly as possible. Cabotage laws, strict cabotage laws serve no purpose in this case because the requirements for getting cables fixed requires, specialized skills and specialized crews, specialized equipment that, need to have free access to wherever the cable cuts happen in your waters. So having, restrictive regulations in this case serve no purpose. I'm sure when we talk about getting cut off the internet, or when a government shuts down the internet for national security reasons, for example, there are lots of computations done on the impact to, the economy, the cost to the economy. So every day that is cut and it's down, this has implications for your economic advancement and digital aspirations. So it's really critical that these regulations, policies facilitate continued access to the internet so that people have access to meaningful connectivity. That's all for you today. So those are the main best practices outlined in the GDIP report. Please feel free to talk to me and Evelyn further about these. And, please share your experiences and how you all go about it in your own countries at the roundtable discussions later on today. I'd like to now invite Rem to come and share as the expert on cable protection and resilience his views on what works best. Thank you.
Good morning. Selamat pagi. That's used all my bahasa, I'm afraid. Well, not quite. Right. So I've got a lot of slides here. Too many to get through in 30 minutes, and I believe I'm standing between you and the coffee break. So I just let you know that all of this slide deck is available for anybody who wants it. Pak Dian has seen this before. He's an expert on this now. But you can have this slide deck if you give me your email address, or GDIP will be able to provide it, the slide deck to you. So we've heard a lot today about the importance of submarine cables, so I don't really need to go over that again. But I'll just tell you a little bit about the ICPC for those who don't know. We have 115 members currently from 70 countries around the world, and we represent 98% of all in-service cables in the world at the moment. Our membership does. That's a map of all the cable owners that are members of the ICPC. Currently, there's around about 1.6 meters of submarine cables around the world. And we've also heard a lot this morning already, so I'm going to skip through these slides because I have many slides, because we don't cover the importance of submarine cables, but these are just a few examples of the importance of submarine cables. So we've already heard that if you break one, Tonga was a good example of that. They had one international cable. It got blown to pieces by the huge volcanic eruption 2 years ago, which is because the guys who pay my day job salary, we did the survey for that, and we recommended a route that avoided that danger, but price came into it. And because it increased the cable length, it was elected to take the risk. And now the risk has shown to be a very real risk, because they were off the internet for, I think it was about 4 months. And one of the reasons for that is they didn't have enough spare cable, they didn't have enough spare repeaters, and they couldn't find a maintenance vessel. It wasn't the fact that there was any regulations about the vessel, but the maintenance vessels were just too busy. So here, I've got a slide to show you what some of the risks to submarine cables. We'll talk about some of these risks a little bit later. But what I've tried to do here, if you can see that, is I've divided the cable faults by water depth, and I've also divided the cable faults by cause. And as you can see, something like 80%, 75% of all cable faults in water depths less than 1,000 meters, and 80% of those are caused by fishing and anchoring. So protecting your cables against those is very, very important. So as we're in Indonesia, I know we're talking about Southeast Asia here, but I thought it would be interesting to put a bit of Indonesian context into this presentation. Indonesia's aspirations are developing a digital economy, and because it's a vast archipelago, the way to connect the peoples of this country is through submarine cables. Other methods of communication, such as microwave, satellite, just because you don't get the bandwidth. So the way you solve Indonesia's issue, because it's not only Indonesia, but the Philippines as well, that's another archipelagic region, is through submarine cables. And it's incredibly important to protect that infrastructure once it's in place. I think currently there's roughly 60,000 route kilometers of submarine cable already within Indonesian archipelagic waters, and that is increasing rapidly. So what is the context? The geospatial context is, where do we want to put submarine cables? How do we space them? And what are the critical factors that associate are with that, with the geospatial issues for submarine cables? Submarine cable development and geospatial is extremely critical when you're planning a new system. And as we'll see, there are certain rules, well, not rules, actually, I should put this in a different way. The ICPC issues recommendations. We are not a standard setting organization. We recommend best practices. We don't make rules. So it's entirely up to the stakeholders to either take the recommendations on board, modify what the recommendations recommend, or ignore them altogether. So we have, I think currently we publish 18 recommendations that are pretty key to geospatial context is a recommendation 2 and recommendation 3. Again, to get these recommendations, you have to be a member of the ICPC, but if you go onto the ICPC website, you will be able to see that these recommendations are available, and you can request them whether or not. And if you put in a request, they will be given to you. So these, there are, as I say, they cover many, many topics. And if you go onto the home ICPC website, you'll be able to see what the topics are. They cover things such as cable spacing, crossing angles, stuff like that, right the way through to survey, and even some legal issues to do with how you execute a legal claim against damage. So it's a pretty comprehensive list of recommendations. So let me have a look. So I think the one thing that we are concerned about, that a lot of people are very concerned about, is how resilient these networks. We've heard about the Tonga context, where one cable took them offline for several months. But I've probably got this somewhere. Oh, what have I done here? pressed the wrong button. I'll go back to that one. So the I've lost my thought now.
Tonga context.
Very good. Thank you, Nico. So not only the Tonga context, but if you live in Europe, you'll in the press about potential nefarious activities like submarines. I won't mention the nationality, but we already know what nationality that is. Going around possibly threatening to break submarine cables. What we need to bear in mind is the fact that submarine cables as a network are extremely resilient. They're interconnected. If you break one cable, you break two cables, you break three cables, you may not even notice it if it's part of a network. Obviously, Tonga noticed the cable. So they are quite resilient, and I think we need to bear in mind the fact that the fundamental risks to submarine cables still occur in shallow water because of fishing and anchoring. Oh gosh, I'm wrong button again. It's too early in the morning. So how do we avoid the hazards? So we always carry out a desktop study first, and the desktop study will actually choose a theoretically best route. And a theoretically best route then has to be proven by a route survey. And when we carry out a route survey, we use certain acoustic tools, which when the data from those tools are interpreted, you'll get, this is a chart. So you'll see that the route that was surveyed is the black line, but the route that was finally selected was the red line. And that is why we need to use width of the survey corridor. Typically a survey corridor is 500 meters wide, and it used to be more than that, but these days it's 500 meters. And within that 500 meter corridor, you should be free to be able to amend the cable route that you've already selected through the desktop study. Then you try to prove it through the survey, and this is what you get from the survey, and this is what it enables you then to avoid the hazards that are mapped on this alignment chart. I think I've covered most of this already. Yes, I think we've covered that already. If you have any questions, please scream and let me know. So then we come to cable spacing. So you'll hear a lot about ICPC recommendations about cable separation. Cables really need to be separated by, we recommend 3 times water depth. Now I know that's an issue. In fact, Dion knows it's an issue. But this is the optimum, and the reason we need 3 times water depth is actually a really rather crude way we have to repair cables. It is quite crude. I mean, if there are any, I think ACPL's here, so they're probably going to tell me off it's not crude at all, but it's crude. So at the moment, if a submarine cable goes down, you have to grapple for it. You have an instrumented grapple that is dragged along the seabed. It engages the cable. You then pull the cable to the surface, you cut it, then you buoy off one end, you then eventually you splice in a new piece of cable. Why do we need 3 times water depth? Well, you have to have a run-in distance from when you drop the grapple to when you connect with the cable. If the cables are too close together, there's a very real chance that you'll get more than one cable, and you may actually get the wrong cable. So you might actually damage a good cable when you're trying to repair a faulted cable. So that's why we recommend 3 times water depth. Now you will hear later today, I know because I had a chat before we started today, that there are discussions going on about how we might work pragmatically to solve this 3 times water depth issue. But there are real reasons why 3 times water depth is the way we recommend. But actually, there's some quite innovative work that's being done. I can mention NEC because I know NEC will talk about this later, about how they can adjust what is we known as the final splice. So when you repair a cable, when you relay that repaired cable, the cable length is longer than it was to start with. So you put in a replacement piece of cable, but then you have to find a way of putting it back on the seabed so that it's not going to interfere with any cable that's already next to it, but also it needs to be laid in a properly neat way. So that we'll talk about that a little bit later. Here we have a diagram showing a typical 500 meter wide corridor, and at the moment we're talking about different separations and the reasons why we need these separations. I'll skip over this, but basically if you get the slide you can have a look at the rationale behind why we need these separations between adjacent cables, even though those cables may be in different survey corridors. We also have to consider different stakeholders. And there are many there's a lot of competition for the use of the seabed these days. There's renewable energy. You've only got to look at the North Sea in Europe to see the competition for seabed from wind farms, for example. And then you've got hydrokinetic types of renewable energy as well. These are working on wave action or even tidal action to generate power. So there's a lot of competition. There's fishing. There's a fishing community. The fishing community in Indonesia is a very important contribution to the economy of this country. So we have to deal with all of these different stakeholders, and we have to work with them, coordinate with them. I've actually taken a side trip to come here. I wasn't supposed to be coming here. I was supposed to be going straight to Jamaica for the International Seabed Authority Council meeting, but I got persuaded by a very persuasive young lady to break my journey. So I flew from Brisbane yesterday to Hong Kong, would you believe? Then back here. Now tomorrow I'll go back to Hong Kong, and on Friday I fly to Jamaica. So, but that's just one stakeholder. Deep seabed mining is a major threat to deep water submarine cables. And we're trying to work with the ISA to develop their exploitation regulations, to shape those exploitation regulations so that the threat to submarine cables in deep water, and now we're now looking at a lot of new routes. I know for a fact there are new cables going across the Clarion-Clipperton zone, which is right in the center of all deep seabed mining potential activity. Here we have some of the crossing information. Here we have it which shows the importance of crossing existing cables with a new cable, and why we need this. We need crossing angles. This is another issue that we've been dealing with, which is the recommended crossing angle is as near to 90 degrees as possible, but not less than 45 degrees for a telecom cable. But you have to have 90 degrees if you're crossing a power cable, or very, very close to 90 degrees. The reason for that is because of EMF fields from the power cable that can interfere with a telecom cable. So it's very important that we try to observe these crossing angles. That's another geospatial challenge that we've got. Is not only do we recommend 3 times water depth, but now we're imposing other recommendations, which is, well, if you're going to cross another cable, and let's be honest, in some parts of the world, it's a little bit like spaghetti on the seabed, because the first cable that was ever laid took the best route. Every other cable that was laid subsequent to that had to use a compromised route. And now, because nobody really thought about that subsea telecom had become so important, the fact is we have many, many cables now that are not choosing the optimum route, and we have to use the right crossing angles. Otherwise, we have big problems. Not only do we have to use the right crossing angles. We have to also avoid, I think this is the next slide. No, it's not, but it is there somewhere. We also have to bear in mind how we have to avoid the other equipment that's on the submarine network. It's not just a cable. It's not just this thin 17 millimeter strand of cable across the ocean floor. That cable is connected to optical amplifiers, repeaters. It's also connected to possibly joint boxes. It's also connected to branching units. So you have to be very careful when you're recovering a damaged cable or a faulted cable, not to cause collateral damage to repeaters, branching units, joint boxes, or other electronic gizmos that are on the seat. Sorry, gizmos. I mean, is that okay that you use gizmo? All right. So then we have to think about maintenance. We talked about having to repair a cable when it's faulted. And we have, when we're planning a route, we have to think about how that cable is ultimately going to be maintained if it faults. And I've got a little, I think it's on this. Yes, here we go. We've got a little diagram here that demonstrates what I was talking about earlier. The cable is cut, and that big loop is the final, is the bight. And that bight has to be laid down very precisely on the seabed. It just cannot be thrown down there. You get the cable tangling. It could cross another cable, which causes all sorts of problems going forward. If anybody wants to see a really good video of this, Subcom have got a great video, which it's too long to show here. All I'm letting this rerun. But there's a very good video, which if anybody wants it, I can provide you with the link. It's on YouTube. It's quite long. It's about 15 minutes, but it gives you very precise way in which cable. It'll talk about the grapple, the grapple, the detrenching, how you cut it off, and so on. So this is how you repair a cable. These we've already talked about the crossings and how to avoid the what we're calling here the subsea bodies, which are repeaters, amplifiers, and branching units. So I think we've covered pretty well all of that, and the reason why we do need 90 degrees, or certainly 90 degrees for a power cable, but for a telecom cable, not less than 45 degrees. So you can see that when we, as a company, the guys who pay my salary, not the ICPC doesn't pay my salary, but the guys who pay my salary, our fundamental role is the planning of new cables. We plan them and we survey them. And when we're looking at planning them, there are certain things we have to consider. Separation, crossing angles. We also have to consider the accuracy of how the existing cables are charted, and more about that later. We also need to think about where these cables might be at risk. And this is where we talk about fish aggregation devices. Now, fish aggregation devices are devices that sometimes, well, generally they float on the seabed, but they can be anchored several thousand meters of water. The image on your right is a brand new cable, not yet in service, that was actually being laid. A cable ship was laying the cable. It developed a fault. They recovered the cable, and it had this abrasion on it. And the reason is there's what we call ghost fads, basically. This is ghost fishing equipment, which has not been properly discarded when the surface manifestation of the fad has been removed, but it could still leave subsurface floats and cables anchoring it to the seabed. So if a deep water cable, which is 17 millimeters in diameter, is being installed from a cable ship, and that cable rubs down the side of an existing mooring line, that mooring line will wear through the cable before it's even got to the seabed. So fads are very important things to avoid. Now, fads are not just exclusive to Indonesia, although there are lots of fads in Indonesian waters, but it's the Philippines as well. And the ICPC has a FAD working group, which is looking at where different types of FADs occur in different parts of the world. But in Southeast Asia, we're talking about Southeast Asia now, these floating fish aggregation devices are a big threat to subsea cables. And this is a map of a KKP cable corridor, and it just shows you where the FADs are distributed. As you see, the sort of orangey patches there, they're actually little crosses. But this cable corridor right through, these are allocated FAD locations. So we're not only developing a cable corridor, but that cable corridor is going right through fields of FADs, which really is not a good idea. I just want to show you, most people, I was at the UN a few years ago giving a side event at the beginning of the BBNJ debate, Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction. This has actually now resulted in the High Seas Treaty that you may have read about a year ago. And I was giving this talk about how benign submarine cables are in the environment. And this lady from the, I don't mind calling it out actually, IUCN, which is the International Committee for the Protection of Nature, I think IUCN, International Union for the Protection of Nature. And she said, how can you possibly say submarine cables don't have an environmental impact when you're laying cables this big? Well, in fact, your internet works on a 17 millimeter cable. The one on the left-hand side, this one here, that is the basic core of a submarine cable. It's 17 millimeters, and the copper tube in the middle will have 2, 4, 6, or now it's going up to 24 fiber pairs in that tube. That is how the internet works. Without that, you wouldn't have an internet. During the pandemic, nobody would be able to communicate with each other. On the other hand, on this side, we have typical power cables, really rather big, but they're not as, you know, they're not as, they don't cover these vast areas like submarine telecom cables that's used to plow them into the seabed. You can see the plowshare on the right with that young lady standing there. It's either a young lady or it's a guy with very long hair. And that's the sort of size of equipment that's being used to plow these cables into the seabed. Yeah, so with power cables, I've got another slide here which shows you how you might protect a submarine cable from a power cable crossing or the other way. This is quite a business, actually, and very, very expensive. These are concrete mats. Actually, this is also this is actually a pipeline, so you've got to be very careful when you're crossing a pipeline with a power cable. But you also have these that you have crossing agreements basically as well. But you can see there you've got a cable that's buried, then it has to cross over this pipeline or power cable. It has to come over the top, and then you protect both with a concrete mat. Very expensive solution, but very effective in its protection. Power cables should cross a telecom cable at 90 degrees. So when you're crossing, so here,
When you cross between two cables,
it's 90 degrees.
like this,
Yes, so not 90 degrees this way, 90 degrees in a plane view.
possible 90 degrees.
No, it's not. It's not impossible.
No, it's in this plane, not in this plane, the 90 degrees. It's not 90 degrees up and down, it's 90 degrees across the ocean floor. Parallel.
Yeah.
So between the two cables,
Yeah, so if you've got one cable lying this way and you want to cross it, this is lying on the seabed and you have to cross it like that. Nico's got it dead right.
so you have to be longer routes, yeah, to cross it between one and the second one is not so close.
There's vertical separation as well, yes.
So some power cables typically are buried to about 2 meters. Telecom cables are typically buried to 1.5 meters usually, except in certain fishing areas like off Korea and off Shanghai. There are a method of fishing called stone net fishing. Stone net fishing, uses big anchors, and these big anchors can penetrate 2.5 meters into the seabed. And so off Shanghai and off parts of Korea, for example, not just those two places, but where stonenet fishing is identified, and it would be identified during the desktop study, you have to deep bury the cable. And in Singapore, for example, ACPL will be very happy to talk about how far you have to bury cables in Singapore. You have to bury cables in Singapore to 10 meters in soft, consolidated soils, 6 meters in sand, is that right? And would you believe it, 4 meters in rock. You have to rock cut to 4 meters off Singapore to protect the cable. They're very interested in protect. We're talking about all these landing sites in Singapore, and more to come. They're very good at protecting their cables near the shore. It's the net.
The foot of the ship, the foot of the fish. In Indonesia, a lot of them put under the bed of the sea, and our cable is full of them. And when we got it, it's
We can talk about it later. Oh. Another method of protecting cables, this is articulated pipe, usually near the shore end. This is another way of protecting cables. So now I'll get into the best practices. Now the best practices document is freely available on the ICPC website. You don't have to be a member. You can go on to best practices and you can download this document. It's best practices. I think given what we're talking about cable separation and some innovative ways in which we can maybe mitigate some of those challenges, we may need to update this. But best practices, we have the general principles here. I'm not going to go through all of this because if you download the best practices document, you can read it for yourself. It's great bedtime reading. We deal with fishing and anchoring. We're talking about how fishermen should, if they entangle a submarine cable, I think the important thing to realize is that these submarine cables carry quite a large voltage. So if you bring it to your fishing boat, and you get out your box cutters to cut the cable, it will certainly light up your day. So it's very dangerous to try and cut a submarine cable that's in service. So what we recommend is that if you get entangled and you know it's a submarine cable, you should jettison your fishing gear and you could go to the cable owner. Nico's going to kill me now.
We would rather compensate than repair.
There you go. So we compensate for the lost fishing gear or anchors from entangled fishing equipment. Better than try to remove the fishing equipment from the cable, and even better still than risking your life cutting a live cable. That's a telecom cable, and if it's a power cable, well, you definitely don't want to try and cut it. Fishing and anchoring, here we go. We talk about cable separation. We try to, with the IMO, we also try to have the IMO, which are basically the COLREGs, which is to do with collision avoidance at sea, which is a separation between an active cable ship that's either laying a cable or repairing a cable from any other marine activity around it. And but in fact, the IMO did not adopt this. But nevertheless, any activity, other surface activity, if you see a cable ship laying a cable or repairing a cable, you should keep well clear of it. Charting, this is my pet thing. I do a lot of work with the IHO, the International Hydrographic Organization, about charting cables accurately. And right now we're working towards having cables that will comply with a new digital standard that the IHO is implementing. But our friends here from Procedural will know all about that, called S100. It's a digital registry that by 2029, the IMO will only accept ECDIS systems, these are onboard navigation systems, it will only accept S100 products by 2029. And what we're trying to do now is standardize the way cables are, the cable's positional data is provided to hydrographic offices for inclusion on charts. That's what we're doing. We've talked about inter-industry coordination. We've got all these other stakeholders that we have to bear in mind, from the deep seabed mining guys, oil and gas. We've been doing that for years, actually, dealing with oil and gas, but also now renewable energy. It's a question of coordination, engagement, discussion to solve problems. In the old days, when I was doing a desktop study, for example, and I was crossing active oil and gas blocks, you would go to the oil and gas operator and you would negotiate the proper place to enter and exit their operating block. You cannot go in and say, we're going to do this without coordinating. And it's the same with the deep seabed mining. We're trying to get deep seabed mining contractors, but it's all done in secret. The actual allocation of deep seabed mining licenses, it's all very secretive with the ISA. They will not tell you until it's too late where a new mining block has been licensed. By that time, it's only then we find out there's several cables going through that block. So it's coordination, discussion. Was that time signal? Right. Sorry, I'm really at the end, nearly at the end. I've done a bit of extemporizing. So here we have how about that? Conclusions. So we've only shown some of the issues that we need to address. We need to all of those things that we talked about previously. So these are the conclusions. I don't really need to read them out. You can see them for yourselves. And thank you. And I will accept any questions that you may wish to throw at me during the coffee break, on email. But bear in mind, I'll be in the air for the next 20 odd hours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Graham. Another round of applause. I think that was such a beautiful presentation.
Oh, Renee's missed it.
I know. Should we do it again? No, next time. All right, we'll take a 15 minutes break now. And there's a coffee stand and tea stand just outside there. So we can take 15 minutes to have a tea break, and then we'll have a picture, a group picture. I think it's better to have it outside. Gali, is that the right place for us to have a group picture? Supposed to be here? Okay. So we'll have a 15 minutes tea break, and then we'll come back and have a group picture here, and then we'll start the session. All right, see you in 15. Thank you.
sekali fotografer. Monggo. Jago saya di Telkom terus dari 2015. Oh, boleh tidak Bu? Kiri-kiri.
Picture? How do you want us to organize? You want chairs up here or no?
It's supposed to be
Inside?
yeah, because our size it doesn't fit.
Okay.
Space is not.
But where we will stand down or on the
How do you want?
There will be, and also several people will be standing
Down here.
Below.
Okay.
Two layers.
All right, let's make 2 layers. Everyone, please come to the stage. We'll have 1 line of participants here and then another line up here. That's what the photographer says. So I don't know how much space we have here.
You got somebody strong arming people back.
So the tall people should definitely stand up here. All right, so let's come in and do the picture so that we can go on. We'll have a
The important guests, they should be.
Gali. Can I have Gali here? Gali. You can stand here. Ibu, you're 60. Yes, thank you. Let's go to the stage.
Check. Okay. Okay, well, everyone, we would like to start the photo sessions. We would like to have 2 rows of the photo. There will be people front and the people on the stage. Mangga, dipersilakan bapak-bapak, silakan untuk bisa foto bersama. Kelly, please. Budi. Okay, then Bapak, monggo ikut. Bapak, Ibu, monggo di bagian depan sebelah kanan panggung masih kosong, bisa turun dulu. Bu Yuli, mangga dari bawah bisa, Bu. Iya. Mas Adnan sepertinya sudah siap ya. I'll give you a cue. Saya akan beri tanda. Put your best smiles on 1, 2, 3. Okay, then the last one on my cue. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you everyone. Iya, iya.
Kalah sedikit sama Pak Haji. Oh iya. Enggak, Ibu paling senior. Tapi masih kalah sama Pak Haji. Kalah setahun dengan Pak Haji.
Yeah, the presentation is already there. All right, thank you, everyone. So now please allow me introduce a lady who needs introduction in this ecosystem. Ibukota. She'll be speaking to us about connecting Indonesia for national digital inclusion. Put your hands together for her, please.
This one? Yes. Yeah. For changing the slide? Yes. Oh, this slide. Oh, I see. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So nice to see you all. And I'm sorry I'm a little bit late this morning. I started, usually workshop is starting 10 o'clock. So, but anyway, I'm very happy and very honored to talk to you here. And I would like to talk about Palapareng. Palapareng actually is not only Bhakti, was doing it just a long ago. I think it was 15 years, 20 years ago, Pak Aswin. We start talking about the Palapareng in a one forum of we need connection, fiber optic connection, end to end in the whole Indonesia. But then government doesn't have money to do that. Actually, the one that really very strong needing that is Pak Jiwa Tampu Permasta, ya Pak Aswin. But we have struggling for this actually. First, when we struggling, first one is we would like to have Palapareng end to end and using what we call, perhaps I can go through first, yeah. Okay, this is Palapareng look like. Palapareng divided into two divisions. One is done by operator, mostly Telkom, you know that. And before we start this, the number of the kabupaten, which is district capital, is 457, I think, at the time. And Telkom said they only can, or Telkom and the other operator, doing 457, yeah. So the remaining, they said, okay, if you want to do this, you can do that. But the most difficult one, this look like this. Look, what is it? How to show? Using which one? This line. Okay, I go there. Nobody would like to do this. It's under the universal surface obligation. So, operator have to pay 1.25% from the gross income to government to participate in doing the surfing the unsurfed and underserved areas. First, when the first plan is going to make end-to-end, and the second one, I will show you. I like very much about this picture, or this one, yeah. This one first. But anyway, I put it down first. Palapareng project, the backbone project connect capital of Kabupaten back in 2015. When we start at last, government said, okay, you can do it, but under condition with the government. Indonesia consists of 17,000 islands, where more than 100 islands, it's really in the border areas. 514 kabupaten city and 700 kecamatan, and I think it's 72,000 kecamatan and 83,000 villages. The kabupaten area which has not connected 5 years time from 2015 are not connected is 57 locations, even though only 57, but the most difficult part. And then project Palapareng are divided by two, 457 built by operators and 57 built connected by Bhakti with the Universal Service Obligation Agency under the Government Coninfo Unit, MICT, Minister of Communication and Information Technology. So if you can see the dark blue, it's done the Bhakti. Bhakti is the unit under the unit under the Coninfo, which is special in the Universal Service Obligation Project. And then the small, the lighter green, that's our operator. And we can see the number of the cable that we built. It's 7,000 sea cable, submarine, and 4,000 for the inland plan about from the outside plan. You can see the picture of the Palaparing. I can see also in the project when the dot line is planned and the green is at the operator. Okay, and then, we go back again. This is the number now, the one project done. Is going to be, it's done already, all is complete. This actually Palaparing stage 1, which is consists of 12,158 panjang kabel on the length of the cable, post optic. 8,000 is a submarine cable, and 4,085 if the cable optic for the end, and also microwave link. Why microwave link? Because impossible to have the fiber optic lay down. In Papua, some places is in the top of the mountain. The mountain is about 12,000 meter high, and a lot of restriction from the population there. They said it belong to my grandfather, grandmother places and things like that. But the thing is, when doing the maintenance, sometimes the petrol for the diesel, it's freeze, beku. So we have to switch on every day to make sure that the cable can, the oil is not frozen. So, but I'm a little bit pity why the design is only 1 gig, because 1 gig is too small, even though for I have to talk very fast, yeah. But anyway, this is the volume. You can read it yourself later on. For us, I think it's a big project, 12,000, and the best is finished on time. So in the beginning of Jokowi, we start in the first stage. We start, and then just before he finished the first stage, completed. It's completed on the I think 21 September 2019, and now it's in operation. And we following this, which is growth, inclusive, sustainable, and innovation partnership. We would like very much, like all other countries, to have internet for all, broadband for all. And I think this is also ITU Broadband Commission. Okay, and I like these 2 pictures. I always tell this to my about the philosophy of universal service obligation. When the place is in the commercial state, when we have this part, distance is not too far away, and also people are rich, so you don't need to give any policy whatsoever. It will grow. People will compete very highly. The second one is the market efficiency. If the regulation is right, then it go that way. It's longer. And then this place and this place, government have to intervene. Otherwise, it cannot be done. This one, the first one that we fight for it before, is the first time subsidy for operator to make sure that the IRR it's profitable and you can build it. But the government said, what? We have to give that much money to the operator and we don't get anything. Yes, you get connectivity, but we don't see it. How can tanggung jawab is about to build that things, but the fourth one is really the gap. If the government doesn't do it, then it will never be built. Operator will never get any profit at all, like the one that I show you from Kupang up to Merauke to Timika, Merauke. And this one is also from the World Bank. The World Bank picture, I think it's already some time ago, before we start developing, that with the growth of before is ordinary telephone, mobile, internet, and broadband, then the effect to the growth is very high. So we said we have to have the broadband, and everyone have the right to have a broadband. Okay? And this is how many of them? There is three, what do you call it? Entity. We call it Badan Usaha Penyelenggara. I think in English is private business entity. That's actually the one, the Barat, is almost on time. The Bapnas make it as a good sample, because it's the late is because we have to make sure it can perform 1 month without any disruption, then we accept. But government already start to get the money for it. Yeah. So that's the real COD. COD it's mean is the date of completion, and this is how much is the capital spent by them, and this is actually the Barat is only 5 kabupaten that without any connection, and in Tengah, so this is west, middle, and east. And see that in Papua, 35 kabupaten without any connection at all. But we connected all kabupaten. We have to finish, only 3 minutes. Okay, quick. Okay, and then how we build this under what we call it private partnership with KPPU, KPPU. So the winner of the PUP will build without any capital from us at all. So they built it completely. Okay, and then we put it down about what is the new press number 38 2015, which make how this KPPU or PPP it's built. And after signing the contract, we have pre-construction 6 months, construction period 18 months, and then completion. After that completion, they got money from us. They got money. We call it availability payment, with source from our user fund. So operator pay 1.25%, and we pay them for 15 years, as long as the specification is fulfilled. If the specification not fulfilled, they not pay. And if it's cut completely, not pay at all that particular month. And do you know what the good thing of this? One thing is we would like to finish quickly, but they finish quickly too because they want to get paid. Because if not finished, they won't get any. Okay, and this one here, the KPPU presidential. I think I don't have the time to do this, and this is completion of that. Perhaps this is the relation between this is the winner, and the winner is paying the bhakti after the completion, and then we check every month, which is the 5 days of the first following months. We have the availability, the reliability of the cable, whether it's fulfilled or not. If not fulfilled, how many percent is not fulfilled? They have to pay on that. And then we help them also to get the money from the big bank, but they have to have at least first. 2-3 company can join together and make a consortium, and they have to have the license. We call it closed network license. Okay. This is our cable. This is our cable. There's submarine cable and also be inland cable, and then outside plant cable. And then for the submarine, we have the protective without any protection. But still, we have a steel outside, but we have lightweight, and then single armored, and also the double armored. And for the local, of them have to be bought in Indonesia. Actually, Bharat is first. They bought from foreign country, but then we got a lot of objection from Mastel. You know that Mastel that our national company already able to make a cable local, so have to use cable local, and they do now. For maintenance, they bought it locally. But for submarine, in West, all still 100%, I think, from Norwegian, and the middle one from Germany. East, we also said some part have to be locally too, and they have 30%. And it's good. Till now, we don't have any problem at all. So, though they got also help from foreigners as well. So, actually, I still have more, but I'm doing only till that one. And also, I would add a little bit more about the ship. We lack of ship. For the western part, we have the minister of the transport. We have to have a very good reason. We use foreign company. That's why Indonesian flag, because otherwise you can't use that. But we have, but Indonesian company, they got little problem at the beginning, but afterwards they okay too. Because now we keep on using we call it Pacific Guardians. Even though Pacific Guardians is old ship, because this is perhaps the Indonesian people can afford for it. So I don't know whether we can work together, making we see local to make sure can be with the Indonesian flag, with some arrangement, agreement or something like that, so we don't get any cause of delay. And middle Indonesia, which is paling tengah. I will go down. Our cable was on his ship, but keep on called by Telkom to repair their cable. So it has been traveling around Indonesia for almost a year, or not really a year, because otherwise it's going to be late very much. And but at the end, we've completed too. And one is the Manado show, Manado Ondong show. We have a mountain in the bottom of the sea. Perhaps, like you said too, you have real slack, because the mountain, if it's going up and there is no slack, then if it cut, because not only because of the height of the mountain course, but also because of the movement of the itself, then making it easily cut. Perhaps only that, because already that you use 3 minutes, okay? And I would like also to hear others' experience. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibukos. Thank you. So right now we'll have a panel session. They set up. I would like to invite Ahmed Ali, who will be the moderator for this next panel. All right. Mr. Ahmed Ali, I'll invite you to please take a seat, and you will introduce your panelists so that for the next hour, we'll have a discussion around technicalities and complexities of connecting networks and the subsea cables.
Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now we come to the panel discussion. I would like to invite all the speakers, to come forward in the stage, please. Mr. Ang Jung Pin from CAI Okme, Singtel. Mr. Wuryanto Askarsi. Mr. Putih Sama Purba from Telin. Mr. Rico Nokri from Meta. Mr. Johannes Simau from NEC. Mr. Kevin McSherry from Subcom. Not present. From Microsoft. No? Okay. Okay, we 6 panelists who will discuss about the theme is subsea cable for unlocking Southeast Asia Prosperity Workshop. Especially in technicalities of connecting networks via undersea cable. So let me deliver some rules, but before that, okay, I'll give some introductions. So there are many considerations when it comes to the development of submarine cable networks. These are typically large-scale investment and take many years to complete, but they serve an important part of the connectivity chain. There are issues related to the international laws and local regulations involving business rule, competition, to manage environmental issues, Technical specifications also cover subsea cable route and diversification of landing points, maintenance and security and reliability. This group of panelists represent the various business players, vendors, suppliers, who are deeply engaged in investing and deploying this cable in the region. Have a range of questions to better understand some of these considerations, their experiences, and ways to improve submarine cable connectivity. I'll explain some rules for the panelists and for the audience. We request each speaker to themselves and their interest in submarine cable, and then when you are asked questions, please provide brief responses. And feel free to interject or say something in response to what another panelist has mentioned. And we will have some questions, sir. So we have 60 minutes. Maybe I'll ask each speaker to introduce themselves, and then yeah, we have 60 minutes, and I'll divide into 2 termines. Yeah, the first termin is everyone, I think 6 speakers, so everyone has around 5 minutes, no more, because the time is very tight. Yeah, to introduce themselves and give views or her views on subsea cable for unlocking Southeast Asia digital prosperity. And second, maybe, yeah, this is for the questions for all speakers. Yeah, all. So we know that the international is becomes the bottleneck of the digital services and digital transformations. So what views about it, especially how to reduce this this bottleneck, this tariff. Second, what are the 2 priorities to what are 2 opportunities to enable the deployment cable in Indonesia or in the Asia Pacific region? So please, maybe starting from Ada Bagus dulu, please. Yeah. Yeah, you can use that as well. But the time is around 5 minutes. I think we all know Bagus. Yeah, Bagus is very senior.
No, don't. I just talk should be, I'm the last, but anyway, you ask me to do first. So actually, I see in here what is the unique geographical features. Actually, in geographical, like what I said, I don't know what also happened in other countries in Southeast Asia, yeah, about in the bottom of the sea, yeah, that if we survey properly, you know, perhaps it not happen. And also the result from KKP, we got the permit. So I thought, we thought it's not going to have that trouble, you know. But in 1 year, after the second year, yeah, President knows about it, 13 times our cable cut because of the eruption under the sea. also when we build it, and he can explain a little bit more later on, is to thread, not enough slack. Slack is very important for cable, so that any movement, the cable won't cut easily. They need to really get that big eruption, then it will done. The second one too, perhaps I can talk a little bit on Palaparing. We have 17 projects. The 17 project itself, separated from one another, is not connected because we are given the kabupaten, which is sometimes not so too close to one another. So, operator, very difficult if they want to have end-to-end connection. So actually, the next project, which is under the Palaparing integration, we would like to have either not manhole to manhole, sometimes rather long, and Telkom sometimes is more expensive than us, and they cannot afford it. So say, in the middle of one cable to the next cable, you have to get interconnection, and they not afford it. They said, we give it as long as you pay. You are USO, so you can send it cheap, but we can't have enough money for it. But anyway, I think we should build it also under the USO to connect it more, at least to connect to the the city when connection is there. So there's access. So, and the third one perhaps is also open access. If we have the open access, perhaps we don't build too many. We can have sharing, we can buy on that, we can swap or anything like that. Would like very much to have experience from all these experienced people, how to conduct on the open access. I think this one, because if I do it all,
Yeah. Okay.
to speak.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Bugus. Yeah. Please. Okay. Next, Mr. Ang Jung Bin, please.
Thank you very much. Selamat pagi.
Pagi.
Pagi. I'm Joshua. I'm from a small island, very near to Batam. Yeah, very honored to be here. My day job during the weekday is to look after the submarine cable for my company, Intel. And my side to look after SOCMA, which is the maintenance of the cables for in this region, which stretches from Taiwan all the way to Djibouti in Africa. Topic, I want to pick up a few items. I think the concern that we have is the investment is required. Then the completion date, which rests, I think in this present day, is more the supply chain issue, which was by the COVID-19. Then we have a resiliency issue. Taking Singapore as an example, I think earlier Mr. Graham mentioned that there are 26 cables in Singapore. I counted that by the end of 2025, I think it will grow to. And Yanto also mentioned that there are already 53,000 kilometers alone in Indonesia. So I think there are opportunity for subsea cable in the Southeast Asia region, especially I think I know of many projects that are currently going on in Indonesia and also in my country, Singapore. The other comment I want to make is that many people think that the more cable, the more repairs. I think that is a perception. If we were to make resiliency by design, that will reduce the fault occurrence and also lead to more in the demand and supply for cable maintenance resources. I think that was an issue which was raised, that if we have more cables, more repairs and more cable ship is required. I rather take the view that if we introduce resiliency by design, that may keep chain and the demand for maintenance service more in line. Keeping the connectivity interruption to the minimum, I think, is an expectation. The user, from the regulators as well as from the investment point of view. But more often than not, I think we do as passengers in getting operational permits. Operational permits are needed for repair operations, and in some countries, the application time takes longer. I think that is something that we can work on. But countries which has more efficient permit application process tends to be more positioned for faster growth for subsea cable development. Forum like this, I think, foster a lot of collaboration between the regulators, between the investors, operators, and we need those who has the technology, those have the manufacturing resources, instabilities, and also those that are setting policy and play a significant part in the subsea forum over here. Before I pass on to my peers over here, I'd like to congratulate Telkom's University and GDIP for the signing of the MOU. So congratulate the authors for the, I think was the good practices of subsea cable policy. I think congratulations. Thank you very much.
Okay, please, Pak Urianto.
Okay, so I would like to introduce myself. My name is Wuryanto. I represent from C, as KAUSI stand for the Association Penyelenggara Kapal Laut Indonesia. The meaning is the Association of Indonesian Cable Owners. So we have members, all of the Indonesian cable owners. I would like to address for 3 questions from a committee from Telkom that I would like to answer and explain just a little bit because the time is very limited. For the long time that will be represented in tell you. The first question is about for the two top most challenging during the deployment of the submarine. Okay, in Indonesian it's very typical. So we can say in a submarine everything are very challenging because not any deployment of submarine is very easy. Everything is very challenging, it's very difficult. So that's why that we can say based on our experience and practice in Indonesia, the first thing. So we change oh, the other one should be stopped. Okay. Okay. So I think my voice is look like a singer or what? No, it's quite enough. Okay. Okay. Two top of the most challenging. The first is availability of cable ship. That availability cable ship is the most important. So we should design of the time of completion or schedule of the plan of work of laying of the cable accurately and precisely. If not, definitely that will be take very long and then very costly. So due to the available of the cable ship right now, so everybody knows in since of the cabotage law already apply in Indonesian water, so many cable foreign to be reflect to Indonesian water. But still again, as Pa and mentioned that I will inform that the total number of the hours more than 53,000 kilometers in Indonesian water, plus 20% of SOCMA cable that's true. So means Indonesian water is very, very big challenging for operation and maintenance. So that's why we address the first is the availability of the cable ship, because if a cable ship is not ready in the exactly or right time, it will be project deal then very costly. And the secondly is Pa Graham from ICPC mentioned already. So Indonesian is a lot of the activity of FAD, fishing aggregation of devices, a lot. So if we're looking in the drawing, Pa Graham already saw in the presentation, so that we put already exactly in the root of the cable. But during the implementation that we found some activity of the FAD that we should pay attention. So that's very costly also. So that's why that we raised that two big two most significant challenging of deployment. Second question is about for the technology itself. Yeah, technology in the submarine is rather than slower than the other technology, because I joined in from the submarine since 1992 up to now. Okay, all of the meeting, works, anything, group discussion, mostly the submarine people are very, very old person. So we are looking, stand here, sitting here, all of the old. I don't know. I asked many, many times why we are already old getting joined in the meeting always. So we met Pak Graham, we met blah blah. Pak Ang, I know him since he was young. On 2000, he was young. Up to now, still in the submarine. So that's why technology is submarine is slower rather than the other. But very impressive at the moment that the technology of submarine already we have of the RODM, so that operator or cable owner can very easily to reconnect or regrouping or reroute of the one leg to the other legs if any problem. So, and then one cable, one pair can be used very several lambdas. At the moment, 240 lambdas. So each lambdas is around 400 gig and upgradable to 1 tera. So we can imagine why the series are required through all of the carry to all of the traffic, because the capacity is quite huge. And then the amplifier or regenerator can do 10 to 12 pairs at the moment, but soon will be 24 or more. So that's a good news for all of the cable players, because it is growing up, and then that we do not need every operator should has own such the capacity is very huge. Okay, the third question is I would like the collaboration. Okay, so as Calci was set up, aim to elaborate collaboration amongst shareholder. Shareholders means that the regulated government, the cable owners, of the manufacturers, and any association, a lot of things related of the submarine cable activity. So that's why here, ASCALSI is a part of the members to have a relationship with the government, with the others cable owners, with the other manufacturer and anything else, to make sure that all cable players are equally, similarly and transparent. So all of the members to make sure that even the biggest one in this, we are the same position to get the services from the government or the others. Okay, I think that we get just only the 3 questions that we have already answered. Thank you, Pak Ali.
Thank you, Pak Waryanto. Okay, next please, Pak Budi Satria.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm Thamrin. If some of you are not really aware about Thamrin, Thamrin is the international arm of PT Telkom. We are quite active in the subsea cable. I think today we are joining about 9 subsea cable consortium, and then we still involved in the 3 ongoing project on the subsea. On to Simulate 6, and then Bifrost with Meta, of course. And we initiating another cable ICE, Indonesia Cable Express. It consists of seven system that will connect Indonesia to the rest of the world, basically, starting from intra-Asia, Middle East, and then Europe, and then to Korea, Japan, and also to the US. I think this 7 system will, I think the total project $2.7 billion US, where Telin will form the consortium, and Telin portion we are going to invest around $600 million US for this 7 project we are doing. I think today 6 out of 7 project we are already forming the consortium, so we are expecting 3 of them we are going to sign the CNMA within the. So I think some people asking question why we are doing so aggressive and in terms of the investment on the subsea cable. There are 2 big reasons. The first, if you look at, of course, we are still doing business, so we are not doing charity. So of course, we are going to help some people that are underdeveloped. That's the second reason. But the reason is always we see the high growth demand in Asia, especially. If you look at a lot of expansion now on the data centers, I think in this region, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines, Thailand, you name it, that a lot of expansion from the hyperscalers to this region, definitely it needs connectivity. And if you look at some of the research that recently published as well, if you look at the intra-Asia, the demand growth is still more than 30%, around 34%. Asia to America, the APEC connectivity is still growing more than 35%, around 36%. Asia to Europe, even higher, more than 40% in terms of the growth. And in fact, now, most of people are still looking at the capacity for the Asia to Europe because all the CME5 run out the capacity and others. So we see all of these things. So that's why we decided to invest and initiate this 7 project as well. The second reason is to the best interest of the nation is Indonesia. We want to have more connectivity from Indonesia to global. Yes, today we have about 17 international cable system going to Indonesia. But if you look at 16 out of 17 international cable are going to Malacca Strait. It's crowded, right? There are 2 concerns on that. One is about the national concern, because if all the traffic is brought the way to Malacca Strait, then if there is anything happen, just like what Graham mentioned about the subsea cable incident and others, it create national concern about the internet connectivity. So we need to have the diversity. The second thing is the improvement quality for the internet service for the eastern part of Indonesia. Bear in mind, from the western part of Indonesia to the most eastern part of Indonesia, the distance is more than 5,000 kilometers. It's just like west coast to east coast in US, right? The only difference is we have more water than you, right? So that's the situation. So just imagine if all the traffic should be concentrated and need to be brought up to the western part of Indonesia. A lot of unnecessary investment that we need to do just for bringing the traffic to the western part of Indonesia. Not to mention also in terms of the performance, the latency and everything. It's not fair for the people in the eastern part of Indonesia if you want to really overcome the digital divide, especially for the infrastructure, digital infrastructure in this region. So that's why we're starting to initiate what we call it the new gateway on the eastern part of Indonesia, namely which is Manado, and we actually encouraging other players also to look at on this to help our people in Indonesia to make sure the inclusivity are there, right? So from all the 7 projects that we have, 4 new cable will be landed in Manado to strengthen the position to help our people in the eastern part of Indonesia. And we see also a lot of business that can be growing through that initiative. We already started. But with that, then there will be a balance in terms of the traffic later on going out from Indonesia. Just like in the US, you have the on the West Coast, and then you have also on the East Coast. So there are two gateways that play key role and important for the sovereignty of national interest in Indonesia, and also helping the people of Indonesia. I think that's I think if it is related to the geopolitical situation as well as is being asked to me as well, I think we look at, of course, the geopolitical situation. I think there are two big concerns. I think on the subsea cable, one is on the South China Sea, the other one is on the Middle East, especially on the Red Sea. Of course, it has some implication on the subsea development for this one, especially on the Red Sea. That I think one project, Subsea, definitely is going to be impacted with the situation, especially on the Red Sea and the Yemen water and everything. But other than that, what I look at is Indonesia also will play key role because of this geopolitical situation. I think the first one is on the Cold War between China and the US. I think most of the US entity on the investment is trying to avoid South China Sea. I think Thamrin is the first one that building a cable from Asia to US that avoiding Luzon Strait and South China Sea, which is the IGGC US. And then now the next cable like Bifrost that we are doing, ECO, and others also following the same road. I think Indonesia, in a way, will play a key role also in this geopolitical situation. The other part is on the Middle East, the situation on the Red Sea also. Why Indonesia play key roles on that? Traditionally, the people, a country like India, South Asia countries like India, and then Middle East country going to US is relying on the connectivity from Europe, right? And now with the issues with the Red Sea and everything, they're looking for another alternative. That's why one of the system that we are building, what we call it the ICE System 4, connecting Indonesia to South Asia and also Middle East. Now we have the alternative road, not only to Middle East and South Asia, that we're planning also to have the integration or connection to Africa as well. Now we have the alternative from Middle East, South Asia to Indonesia, and then going to US. So in fact, from the our technical calculation, it will provide better latency comparing to the traditional route going to Europe. It's safe for about 30 to 40 milliseconds, especially from India. So that's why it's quite attractive investment for some of the players in that region, and so Asia and also Middle East. And I think this is some of the initiative that we are doing. Then I think regulation is always change. Each country, they have their own concern and interests, and then I think the things that we need to do is how we can adapt and change and mitigate all the situation that make sure that the project that we are doing will be can be delivered in the right time. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Budi Satria. Next, for Mr. Nico Rohri from Meta.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So I might pick up from where Pak Budi left off. As I said, I'm Nico Rohri. I work for Meta. I've been living in Asia for well over 20 years and have been in the industry for most of that time. And I think the one thing that has become really noticeable over that period is every year it gets harder and harder to build a cable. And if I look at some of the legacy cables that are in the water, there is absolutely no way that we could build some of those systems today, right? So, and a lot of that is due to regulation and permits. So we have increasing complexity in that area, and it gets harder and harder every year. So some cables today would be impossible to build because of inconsistent regulations at the two ends of the cable, right? So you might have two countries that insist on using their national carrier as the network operations center. So if you have that at both ends, it's impossible to build a cable. So then you end up having to build two cables that go through a neutral third place. Similar with cabotage, right? If you want to lay a cable between two countries that have strict cabotage, you can't, because the vessel has to cross from one to the other, right? So these sort of things, I think, are a useful thing for people who are working on regulation to think about. Like, what is the regulation that I'm looking at in my country achieve, and how does that relate to the community of countries around me? And is it still possible for us to build cables and connect if we independently develop regulation without consultation? So I think consultation is a really, really important thing. And I commend organizations like Subsea, ICPC as really great places for government and industry to have a conversation, right? So if you're thinking about evolving your regulation, please join ICPC. Please turn up at these sort of opportunities for conversation so that we can better understand each other and where things are going. From a cable development perspective, we typically, work with, Telen, Singtel, and it might take us 2 years or so of discussion to plan a cable. And then we contract for that cable. That's another year. And then we start the manufacturing and construction. And as Graham showed, the cable is manufactured for a very specific route. And if regulation changes during that time, we've built the cable to lay in a specific spot. And if you then tell us, oh, we can't lay it there, the cable's been made. It's very difficult to change the routing of it. The contracts, often we have 30 plus contracts for a single cable system. If you change the ownership regulation during the construction, it has a massive flow-on effect that's very, very difficult to implement. So stability of regulation is really, really important for these projects to be successful. And in that regard, I think one of the key things that is very useful to think about is what are the national objectives and how do you rank those? And I think there've been a number of comments today about ship availability, right? So if you have a clear national policy about what's important, I think some of these things can be pretty quickly resolved, right? Is it important as a country to have a cable ship? And is that more important than getting new cables deployed quickly, right? So if you decide, hey, shipping is important as a national industry, what is the value of having that ship and that expertise compared to getting a cable system 12 months or 24 months earlier by allowing foreign vessels to install that? Or what is the value of having a cable repaired within 2 weeks versus 6 months because you let any vessel come in and do that work as opposed to having a national vessel do that? So some of these things I think are very important to think about from a national priority perspective, right? Like what is it that you want to achieve and what is the relative importance of those things? Because these things do impact our decision making, right? If we go through a very, very painful permit process, if we can avoid that, we will avoid that in the future, right? So I think that's a policy and regulation definitely impact projects and construction. So we will look for simple things and do those. And again, there was several references to Singapore having 26 cables. India can probably say, yeah, we've got 26 cables too. But India is well over 1 billion people. Singapore is fewer than 6 million, right? It's easy to land a cable, or historically Singapore's done a really good job of making it easy to land a cable there, and it's attracted cables. India, not so easy. So comparatively per population, the reason you go somewhere is because you need to go there, because the population drives that demand. But if it's easy to go, then you have that sort of benefit of being a hub where you effectively get subsidized because it's easy and people want to go there and cross-connect between cables. So I think for me, the key message is regulation makes a huge difference to investment, and you want to be really clear on what your priorities are as a country.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nico. Next for Mr. Johannes Sumahu from NEC.
Thank you, Pak. So my name is Johannes Sumahu from NEC Indonesia, and I would like to first, maybe after Pak Oriental mentioned that Thamrin people are old, suddenly I feel old. Suddenly I remember that I'm actually over 50. So, yeah, some questions that were addressed to NEC regarding our problems in deploying cables in this area. I would like to speak specifically maybe about Indonesia because I'm from NEC Indonesia, and the experience I have is actually specific to Indonesia. So problems has been mentioned by Pak Ur and also by the other panelists that actually cabotage is an issue. I will not go into there, but the FAD issue, I mean, I'm going to go into the practical problems that we have in actually laying the cable. So the FAD is technically you can survey and you can predict what the sea bottom of the sea look like, how you can lay the cable, but which FADs you're going to face when you lay, that's a totally different game. That's a totally different thing. So one of the biggest challenge in laying the cable is actually unregulated FADs. So we are very thankful to Indonesian government, to KKP, that there has been a new regulation coming out 2 years ago, and that is the Kepmen KP nomor 27 tahun 2022. So KKP Minister Decree number 7 year 2022, where it is clearly allocated where the FAD should be put. So that is a very good progress. But then in laying the cable, we still face a problem with unregulated FADs. So two problems. One is when they are seen, we can cut them, we can compensate. But when they are not seen, when they are underwater, we call them phantom FADs. Phantom FADs are practically actually very dangerous because when you lay the cable, you don't know actually there's something sharp down there. When you lay the cable, you can get your cable cut, not cut 100%, maybe just 60% cut. And then you find out later when you've gone like 10 kilometers away that actually there's a cut there. You have to go back, roll in the cable, and then lift the cable, find out, okay, actually it was cut by a phantom FAD. So phantom FAD is a very big issue in deploying the cable. So as I mentioned, the coming out of the regulation, Ministry Decree number 7, 2022, year 2022, actually give us a bit of a certainty in this particular area. So that is about the technicalities of the laying of the cable. Then there was a question also addressed to us about how is NEC as a supplier of submarine cable system handling the issue of redundancy. And actually that question should come to the customers, maybe to Askalsi, but maybe I would say what we have done with our customers is that, of course, customer always wants redundancy, and they always want the system to be connected to more than one cable. And so what NEC does is that we do our best to design the system to be as redundant as possible by connecting the cable to as many cable as the customer wants. So it is very rare that customers only connect to one cable. So as mentioned, Tonga was a very sad case, but yeah, that is also a big learning for us. So that is about the redundancy from the technology owner point of view. Actually, we always consider that also, and customers always request that from us. So I believe everyone is aware of that. And there's also another question regarding the regulation. And we are very thankful to Pak Dian and Hydros team for the current ongoing focus group discussion, Pak. Terima kasih banyak, Pak. So we are tackling the specific issues like, cable spacing, 3 times water depth, as Pak Graham mentioned. It's not easy, we understand. And in the focus group discussion, it was a very good idea was given, like alternating between 3 times water depth with 2 times water depth, 3-2, 3-2, something like that. That can save space. That is actually very, very good idea. And let us explore more, Pak. We can definitely look more into it. I believe the team is now because NEC is also part of ICPC, and ICPC is also working on that. Pak Graham maybe can comment on that later. So those are the regulation point of view that we think needs to be straightened out. We need that this particular issue needs to be put in writing, where actually, okay, separation of cables is this times of water depth, or I mean something that is clearly mentioned. That is going to help a lot. So I think we thank Hydros team, we thank the KKP team. Maybe KKP team is not here, but we thank all the regulators in their support. So support has been strong, and we really expect that the strong support continues to be given. So yeah, I think that's all to answer the questions that was addressed to NEC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johannes Simahu. Okay, now I open the questions from the audience. Anyone?
Maybe just as we wait for the questions, we also have people that have been tuned in online. So if there's any question on Zoom and anyone listening in online, please raise your hand. And is there a raised hand on Zoom? Okay. All right. Not yet. So in the room?
Okay, in the room? Anyone who wants to pose some questions, please? Okay.
No, my question is very simple actually. Because today we have a lot of in Indonesia we have a lot of sea cables combining electrical cables and fiber optic cables. And PLN also have a IT company that works as an internet service provider as well as network access provider. So they need also to carry out to put optic cables. You see, what is the prospect of this type of double function cables for electricity and fiber optics compared with the fiber optics only cables? Thank you.
Mr. Aswin, from where are you from? But Master, okay, from Master, yeah. Telecommunication Society. Oh yeah, and also he's a lecturer from Telkom University. Yeah.
I can have a go at that based on a sort of anecdotal experience, right? So in Australia, there's a cable that connects Tasmania, Basslink, which is a power cable between the mainland and Tasmania. It was a major internet connection as well. It was a dual-use cable. The problem with electrical cables compared to telecom cables is when they break, the repair times are significantly longer, right? So I think, Graham, I don't know if it was discussed a lot at ICPC, but I think Basslink took well over 12 months to repair, right? Like they had to organize a ship, it had to be converted to do that repair, and that took a long time. So these things are nice to have, right? It's an additional diverse, redundant link to have a dual-use cable, but I would not, as a matter of national policy, ever want to rely on an electrical cable to be the sole source of communications to a particular place, right? You'll end up in the Tonga situation, if you're relying on dual use cables.
Okay. Okay, please.
I think if I may add, Nico already mentioned about the technical issues on the repair later on. Even on the beginning of the project also, it become an issue because these two have different, normally different, objective for this one. We already explored just one case. This is the real case that we just explored about last year. Now Batam is the hype for the data center. There is one company also that have renewable energy in one island near Batam that are going to export it. That energy also going to Singapore, right? And actually, we have the discussion with them how to build together on the because it's very short distance between Batam to Singapore, right? But the fact is because of they have a concern there about the facility and everything for their plan and everything, which is not really matched with our interest, which is the location on the data center and everything. It ended up we cannot get along because if I want to participate with the expectation that I will get the cost efficiency because it's going to be co-built, the fact is not. My cost is going to be higher and I'll get a more higher latency because of that. So it's sometimes yes, Pak, that we can get along, but it's not always the case that we'll get all the efficiency because of this. I think it depends on maybe it's quite rare to get really that we can get along unless this is let's say the electrical company want to build their fiber optic for themselves. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
I was asked to make a comment. But actually, I really want to just back up what Nico said about Basslink. I know a lot about Basslink, and fundamentally it was a problem with the power cable, but because there was a piggyback telecom cable with that system, the telecom traffic was severely disrupted. I think Nico is right. It ended up with a massive lawsuit as well. Very ugly situation. And quite often when you see power cables with a piggybacked fiber optic cable, a lot of it is not primarily there for communication. A lot of the time it's there for some other reason, which is maybe some sort of control of the actual the power cable itself or the actual users of the power cable. It's not there primarily for communications. It's there as a secondary use. That's really all I can say. But apart from Nico got that dead right. In fact, it cost the company to break. I mean, now it's been absorbed into a gigantic Australian power cable company, and one of my good friends, who's the CEO of that company, is no longer working for them.
Okay, I think the speech answered the questions. Okay, next, Pak Dian, silakan.
Thank you, Pak Ahmad, as moderator, for the opportunity. First of all, I'm as a part of the national team in organizing submarine cable in Indonesia. Would say thank you for the Telkom University and Global Digital Inclusion Partnership in organizing the workshop today. I think it's very useful for us, and we are here from government and the submarine cable owner and operator, and also I think we sit here together for discuss, and we'll have the fulfill the benefit for the organizing submarine cable Indonesia, because we, as mentioned Pak Budi and Pak Oriental just now from Askasi and also for Thamrin, that's if we look at Indonesia in very huge water, but if we don't organize the submarine cable which is light in Indonesia water, so we don't have any benefit with the huge ocean. I mean, huge water in Indonesia. So that's why since 3 years ago, the government have a regulation through the Ministry of Fisheries, number 14, 2021. Even though the
the submarine cable is already laid maybe long years ago. That's why the corridor, it's not corridor, I mean it's not the land that's already organized with the government is very important. So after the submarine cable, which is laid outside the land, or we say corridor, after the finished the time retired, yeah, we say retired. So we will move to the exact corridor that have permission from the government. Regarding the spacing, as mentioned Professor Kus, you mentioned that just know about the is important for the spacing, like spacing. So we consider also with Pak Evan, thank you Pak Evan, because we consider with the what is specific, the unique, you mentioned that the unique of geography in Indonesia. There are some seamount, we are on the archipelagic state. So if we look at in the deep shallow water, we easy to organize the spacing, land spacing. But if we look at in the deep water, because the deep water is not only outside our jurisdiction, but also in the archipelagic water, as such as in the Makassar Strait, in Flores Sea, Banda Sea. So if you consider with 3 times depth, something like that, mentioned in the recommendation, ICPC recommendation. So we don't have any space. We look at the Makassar Strait, how with the Makassar Strait, if I counted, but maybe only 3 or 4 submarine cable like that. If we follow with the 3 times water depth. So I think as a part of national team, we have to know for the future, maybe next 10 years, next 20 years, is there how many cable would be laid through Indonesian water? This is very important. So our national team will have plan and reroute or maybe we can make another route for the submarine cable. So like Pak Graham mentioned about the marine spatial planning as our consideration, also we can proceed that. So in this, the last comment is, I need, national team need the support from the cable owner, the, academy, university, in study to have a good benefit, the best benefit for the submarine cable in Indonesian water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yan. Any comment about that, or it's just yeah, just comment. So maybe any further comment. Okay, anyway, any other questions? I think last question, because
There's one online.
okay.
We'll put up on the screen.
eastern part, it's faster than the western part. So the impact is very high. But also perhaps you have to clean the sea. I don't know who can help that, because I heard also there is still a lot of bomb in the old war. Still, that sometimes is blown up, so perhaps we have to have a very good kajian really for the sea, to see where is the place that actually safe, which place is actually safe. I'm sure if we can divide that will not happen again to build Manado on the shore. It's so many times out of order. At the moment, we're still lucky that we have 24 core. It's not full, very, very much. It's still a lot of spare. So when 1 or 2 cores are only partial broken, we still keep it for some times. We can see the core into another core which is good, till we have a deterioration in quality. So we ask them to check OTDR every time. When it's getting bad, then have to be repaired as soon as possible. But if we have only 6, for example, partial cut, finish. So perhaps you sort on making the submarine cable to the eastern part of Indonesia especially. It's very, very important. Perhaps.
All right, we have one question come in from Neil Silva, University of the Philippines Institute for Maritime Affairs and Law of the Sea. What public incentive mechanisms have proven most effective in encouraging private sector investment in submarine cable for telecommunications? Is public investment a necessary component? I think.
Okay. Anyone who wants to answer the questions? So, what public incentive mechanism has proven most effective in encouraging private sector investment? Is public investment a necessary component? Pak Budi kan barangkali.
I think first thing is that the private sector is always doing the business. I think when they invest on some of the subsea cable project, they will take a look on that. And of course, some of the companies also have the concern on the have a mission on the inclusivity in the providing overcome on the digital divide, like what Thamrin doing now. I think what kind of the incentive that actually the government can do, especially to encourage more private sector, the telco provider to build also to the underserved area or island. I think one of them is because we understand as well that all the license operator here also paying the USO fund. I think this is something that maybe we can take a look that I think on the development on that underserved region, it can be part of that telco contribution on the USO fund. I think if it is can be considered like that, it's more carriers or telco provider also to invest in the underserved area, because I think it's part of their contribution to the society, and it's considered also as the part of their USO fund that's supposed to be paid to the government, but now they can do their own projects. So it's more effective because it can be integrated with their own project that are close to that underserved region. I think this is what I had in mind. Yeah, thank you. Anyone want to add?
Anyone want to add something?
There's another question
Oh, there's another question. Okay,
Yeah,
please.
from Tim Skoltok, sorry, from the Australian government, the Cable Connectivity and Resilience Centre. Following on from the panel's related comments, what would industry recommend regional governments do to support and promote more consistent regulatory approaches to manage and protect submarine cables?
I can make a start on that one. Look, I think the Australian example of the cable protection corridors is a really good one for principally two reasons, right? You have a benefit from being in the corridor. There are very clear rules around the protection of the cable in the corridor. There are severe penalties for damaging the cable. So it's very different to a corridor that's just mandated for this is where you have to lay the cable, right? It's an optional place. You lay the cable here and we give you enhanced protection. But you still have the flexibility to lay the cable somewhere else, right? You can lay the cable anywhere in Australia, but you don't get the protections. I think it's a really nice trade-off to be able to say, hey, we actually see a business case for connecting another city that currently doesn't have a cable corridor. We think there's a business case to do that. That's great. We can take that risk. Or if we want the protection of the cable corridor, then we lay inside the corridor. So I think those sort of clear protection mechanisms are useful. I think the other thing we've talked a lot about is FADs, and the regulation of fishing is a huge thing, and that's something where there are really good examples. I think in the GDIP paper there was the reference to Oregon, where we have a really good relationship with the fishing communities. We jointly work with them on where to lay the cables. I don't think we've ever had a cable damage there from fishing because of that sort of collaborative relationship that we have. So that's another example of being able to work together collaboratively and through communication to protect the cables and to protect the livelihood of the fishing folk.
Okay.
No. Oh.
Yeah, please.
We have 5 more minutes. So
Okay, 5 more minutes.
squeeze
Okay.
in all your questions and your responses into that, please. Thank you.
Hi, guys. I'm Kelly Donahue. I work with Nico. I'm at Meta on the connectivity policy team in Washington, D.C., and I work on infrastructure policy issues globally. And I thought the Australian question was really interesting. And I was thinking about it from a different angle in terms of attracting investment and protecting cables. And I think one thing that is very effective is within government, ensuring that there's interagency communication. I think sometimes the level of awareness of subsea cables continues to be low. The maritime space has just gotten, as everybody has said this morning, increasingly crowded and a lot of competing space. So the energy community might not necessarily have as much awareness of subsea cables as as one would hope. Same with marine protected areas or fishermen. So having a champion within the government that can really keep line of sight and help educate other branches of government, I think, can really help. I think. I'll go back to Nico's point. Having kind of a clear visibility on national priorities can help really drive clarity very quickly on how cables should be in the pecking order, right? And the European Commission actually released some recommendations on cable protection and resilience back in January or February of this year. And it was actually very helpful because they clearly said, as between X and Y, as between environmental, considerations and subsea fiber optic cables should take priority. Not that, that environmental considerations aren't important, but they had a clear vision on this is very important. Having communication and connectivity is our priority. So therefore we're going to move quickly on those initiatives. So these are just reflections, but thanks to GDIP, thanks to Telkom, this is a great event. And I think having conversations like this and continue to have them is just going to help, help the ecosystem and help the countries with their connectivity as we go forward. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. You no? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. If there is no more questions, I think the time is up now. Then, yeah. Yeah, I can conclude briefly that the subsea cable is unbeatable in unreplaceable because it has almost unlimited capacity. So there is no competition. There is no competitor, even satellite, Starlink, and so on. But there are many issues regarding the maintenance. For example, FAD and so on, and then some regulation issue, but the protections and so on, and then there is still opportunity, as Budi mentioned. There's the Indonesia. I think there is a strong opportunity in subsea cable business and so on. I think we give warm applause for the speaker and panelists. And for this session. Okay, thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Give them another round of applause as they leave the stage. Such an important panel. There's a lot to unpack, and I think we will go it later as we do our concluding remarks. But thank you so much, everyone on the stage. And as they leave, it's 12:30. We will have 1 hour for lunch, so instead of 1.5 hours. So we'll come back here at 1:30 so that we can save some time. We're supposed to have lunch between 12 to 1:30, but now we'll have lunch between 12:30 to 1:30. So if we can all come back at 1:30, we have interesting roundtable conversations, and I think you don't want to miss those. We have 3 very interesting roundtable conversations that will start at 1:30. So be here, and then let's have the conversations. Thanks, everyone. See you after lunch. I will ask Gali to give us instructions for lunch, where to go, what we need to do. I don't know if we need stickers. Do we need? It's just outside here. So lunch is just served outside. We're at the tea break, right? All right. So you can make your way out, have lunch, and let's be back in 1 hour. Thank you, everyone.
looks like we have lost a few people, but hopefully they'll come back. These sessions are meant to be roundtable discussion sessions, so we're not going to be using the stage anymore because we're trying to, make them rather informal so that, more people are willing to share. We don't want only one or two people to contribute to these conversations. It's very important that as many of you share your experiences. So there'll be 3 sessions. Basically categorized according to the briefing, outline. So competition and innovation, licensing and regulatory certainty, and cable maintenance. So 3 roundtable sessions. And so we have discussion questions up on the screen. This session will be on competition and innovation. Our moderator or lead for this session will be Denny Setyawan, Director Spectrum Policy from Cominfo. And so he will take the floor and he will be here. So it's meant to be, we talk to each other. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian. So for me, it's my honor to become moderator, and on Subsea cable, I'm quite new. I used to be on Spectrum main, but Subsea cable is quite new for me, so I will learn from you guys. But I think this afternoon session is very important. As part of international Subsea cable, is very important for Southeast Asia countries, including Indonesia. So we have a lot of islands. And of course, our neighbors Singapore, Malaysia, and Philippines, I think they are joined, Vietnam. Most of our ASEAN countries has a coastline, right? Except some landlocked countries. And this Subsea cable is part of the global connectivity. People would like to have internet, and without the global connectivity, we don't have internet, right? So I think that's first introduction, and I would like to ask, I think, from Christopher Fier. You from USTDA. So, what would be, from the U.S. perspective, the ASEAN countries, as with the different geographical and different connectivity readiness, for example. And what do you think is the potential challenge and opportunity for some U.S. company to step in and to participate on the connectivity on the international Subsea cable, please?
Well, thank you very much, Pak, and hello to everyone. It's very nice to be here and join everyone. My name is Christopher Feather, and I work in the commercial section at the U.S. Embassy here. I'm here with my colleague Juli Tanuwijaya, a commercial specialist for digital, and our associate Indira. It's an excellent question, Pak. From the United States perspective, we are very interested in how we can partner with Indonesia on digital transformation. And President Jokowi and President Biden, when they had their meeting in November, they really agreed that digital transformation is the engine that will propel the future in terms of economic growth. So a part of that is the digital infrastructure and how we can help support the development of that digital infrastructure and develop commercial partnerships that will benefit both the United States, Indonesia, as well as our partners here in the Indo-Pacific. So on Subsea cable, we're very excited. Of course, we have the project with USTDA to do a feasibility study on BTI and the 1,400 kilometers that will be laid in cable potentially in partnership with PT Super System with Kelvin Firman, as well as Yes, thank you. As well as AP Telkom, which is a U.S. company based in Florida. So I think that's an example of how excited we are to partner on subsea cable development, Pak. And we really see it as an entry point where we are helping contribute to interconnectivity and deepening the digital transformation process. And of course, this is not just a U.S. government of Indonesia endeavor. It's the companies as well. It's the companies who are here today, for example, with Meta and Google and Microsoft and others who are involved in important subsea cable projects. We see that that is very important in trying to expand the opportunities on internet connection, which will promote innovation in infrastructure. So we're very excited, Pak, and very optimistic about the future, and very happy to join this discussion with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. I would like to, would like to maybe ask our colleagues from Vietnam, Mr. Phu Devin.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon, sir.
So,
how are you?
Everyone can hear?
Oh, you live there. So, can you see me?
Yeah,
all right.
But now,
No?
I hear some
Oh,
echo.
sorry. All right. Hello, Mr. Phu. How are you?
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. So,
All right.
good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah. So you're from Vietnam
Yeah,
Internet Association, right?
Yes.
And
So,
please introduce yourself, sir.
cannot be on site.
Pardon?
Okay.
All
All right. So, a few minutes for introduction, right?
Yes, please. So my
Okay,
question
hello,
is,
everyone.
yeah, please.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question is in Vietnam, what would be the role of subsea cable in Vietnam, and what is the geographical condition and the landing point, and also the competition environment in Vietnam that maybe can improve connectivity on subsea cable, please, sir.
Okay. So, my name is Bing. I'm the Secretary General for Vietnam Internet Association. I apologize that cannot be on site. And due to the fact that almost all the subsea cables from Vietnam to the internet was disruption or in maintenance. So seems that the video from my place to the meeting room was not really well. So hopefully you can hear properly.
I think it's excellent connectivity.
Okay. So there is no subsea cable directly from Vietnam to Indonesia, as well as no direct flight.
There's a direct flight. There's a direct flight. I am sure.
All right.
The one with
Garuda, right?
Pardon?
Garuda.
No, also from Vietnam. We have the from Vietnam. I remember the freight girls, the stewardess.
So normally we pass by Hong Kong.
You should come later on. There's a direct flight. I'm sure.
Okay, so we hope that.
Yeah, but I mean, not
we have more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Subsea cable not only Indonesia, because I understand that subsea cable is through the global, to the United States, or maybe to others, tier one, maybe Singapore, or to Hong Kong. So what is the situation in Vietnam? As I was saying, is how many landing points?
So just all right. Just to give you very brief about Vietnam situation. Now Vietnam has about 5 subsea cables landing in Vietnam, only 5, and actually only about 3 really operating so well. I mean to significant bandwidth. The Simiwi 3 was long time ago and small in capacity. AAG is like it's not stable. So most of the traffic through Subsea from Vietnam to the Hong Kong or other hubs going through IA, APG, and AET1. And at this moment, almost on the line, the cables are disruption or like pending for maintenance, something like that.
Okay.
We have 2 operational landing stations. One in the Da Nang, and the other one in the Vũng Tàu, nearby the Ho Chi Minh City. And due to the plan, there will be like more lines will be landed in Vietnam. It's subjected or planned to be on this year or next year.
Okay.
SCC2, ADC, and A&C.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
And
Fu.
we will have another landing station in
please.
Phú Yên.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So
Thank you.
the other update to you that the Vietnamese government have just released a strategy for international cables.
Okay.
So about subsea cables, the plan is will be like adding more 10 cables.
Wow.
With the minimum 350 terabit per second from now until 2030. And among them will be minimum 2 direct subsea cables to the Southeast Asia hubs or Asian hubs like Hong Kong or Singapore. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fu. There's a lot of information that we can learn from you, and I think we from the explanation you mentioned that we need each country has a diversity. We need to have some redundancy and different landing point, and most of the connectivity is Southeast ASEAN hub. I think we have Singapore, and I said we have Hong Kong. And I would like to continue the discussion to Ang Ving. Oh, please. Can I have other microphone, please?
Thanks. I have a quick question on Vietnam's ecosystem. Have there been, given there's only 5, if I heard you correctly, there's only 5 cables landing today in Vietnam. Have there been any particular barriers to investment that you see as having been potential challenges?
Okay. I think there are some reason. Initially, the traffic to Vietnam just double every year, just the last few years. So for a long time, we
Is there any question for Mr. Fu from Vietnam? If no, would like to move another. Thank you, Mr. Fu. Thank you. From Singapore? From Singtel? Oh, you're already, all right. So, as we know that Singapore is the hub in the ASEAN, and we would like to hear more from you. Wow, because I think Singapore is quite a city country, but how on your strategy? How many? Do you have some roadmap, or what is the, as a hub, what the role of Singapore to become in next 5 or 10 years? Do you need you are satisfied with current scheme, or maybe you have another partnership or another global subsea cable? And I think that's the question. Please.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Selamat siang. I think I can't speak for my company itself, but on the horizon, we are looking like the number of cable landing in Singapore to increase from 26 to, I think was, what was the number that I put out earlier? Just give me some time.
No, sir. Sometimes I forget, man.
$38, I think, if I recall correctly, I think it was 38. So there's going to be a big increase, and some of which will come on board like end of this year and beginning of next year. So there are full opportunity for Singapore to land more cables. My regulators are here, IMDA. We will share more information later about their future plan. Mainly, I think there are 2 landing points in Singapore, one on the west, what we call the Tuas South Boulevard. It was planned to land, I think, like 20 beach manhole over there. And on the east, there are there's a new landing point as well near Changi Beach. So there's going to be I would not call it explosion, but I think it's going to be an exponential growth in terms of numbers of cable. If you have been in the industry like me and but we aren't too long enough for 20 over years, in the past, I think you plan one cable every 5 years, and you're very. Today, you're looking like 1 or 2 new cables coming to be commissioned to service every other year. So that's going to be we are experiencing a period where there are high growth in the numbers of cable landing. New cables being constructed. On this topic about how to make a country or hub more attractive for investment, I think I take Singapore as an example. We used to be a PTT. We own the cable station. We dictate the terms of who can come in and who not. So for those that has been in the past operating like a PTT, I think you know what I mean. But through regulations, we currently have 21 operators in Singapore that have access to our cable station. So our stations are considered as open access in general. So accessibility to your capacity, I think, is a very key element to it. Certain countries are still quite restrictive in granting open access. Having that sort of restriction actually is counting because nobody will invest in the cable if he cannot access his own capacity out, right? And even if you have a local license to operate, but your cable capacity just stuck in the cable station and no way to bring it out. Yeah, so open access, I think it's a fundamental requirement. In countries like Singapore, Hong Kong, I think that's generally accepted as a de facto requirement for all cables operated. What other things that can attract investment in our country? I think it's multiple fold. The regulators did play a main role in encouraging more cables to land. So take my company as an example. We always tell IMDA, please let Singtel land all the cable. But I think from one operator it becomes two. The second one was StarHub. Then after that we lost track. I'm not quite sure how many operators are now in Singapore that are capable to land cable in Singapore. The landing station in Singapore also increases. We have 3 currently. We are developing our 4th one. Singtel is developing the 4th one together with the DC within the same building. And Telkom, Thamrin also have a cable station in Singapore. It's also a DC itself. So Singapore by nature is very open now, very open. By being open, you attract a lot of cable investment into Singapore. And of course, I think it does cause challenges to whichever operator that's operating in the country. But there's a what you call that? There's a side benefit. Yeah, there's a benefit to that. In a way, is that you, no matter how capable your company is or how much funding you have, you cannot build all the cables, right? So you still rely on alternative cable for your cable diversity. So we do take out capacity in other cables that land in Singapore or in other major hubs like Hong Kong, Japan, for route diversity. And it's equally important we have sister cable, we call it sister cables to be around. And we're also interested that all these cable systems are as reliable as those that we invest in directly. Yeah, thank you, Pak.
Interesting. So the keyword is open access and then competitive, but I think there's a guideline from the regulator that you can compete, but and somehow you have to share, right? Is there any on question for our colleagues from Singapore, Singtel? Please, sir.
I'm Budi from Tallinn. I think I would like to say Singapore is a very good example how we can drive Singapore become the important hubs. I think in this region, Singapore, Japan, and Hong Kong are the key hub. But I think Hong Kong is a little bit because of the geopolitical situation a bit slowed down. But I think Singapore will play a key role. And then I think the latest initiative, because of I think the issues with Singapore is the number of the cable can land, because you know I think how many available for the cable landing station is a challenge. I think Changi almost ran out. We are waiting for the maybe Changi that is going to be more than 2030. But the initiative is good because I think most of the cable now that are going to land in Singapore, we have the requested from the MDA to provide more stops.
Okay.
I think it helps the next development of the cable also. It makes us easier. Just for the case like on the SJC2, Thamrin and Singtel also invested on that. The IMDA requested to add more stuff there.
Okay.
And then I think we have an arrangement with Singtel to get one stop. So for our cable, So it's become easier to be invested there. Then I think that's one of good example. The common duct network also very good because it eliminates some of the burden for us to get the backhaul access for the cable landing stations to major data centers. I think this is some of the example that I think we can apply it also here in Indonesia. In fact, for Thamrin, we are now for the new cable that we have developed, we adding that we provide more stuff there. So anyone that want to for their new project, they can get that stuff easier. So eliminate some of the burden for them when they're going to land in Indonesia. And open access, definitely. The one that have experience in many countries normally got stuck because of some carriers trying to prevent on the competition and then try to lock on the cable landing station. But then in Indonesia, yes, we don't have clear a firm regulation to do the open access. But for us, for Thamrin, we start opening up. All the cable that we are building is going to be DC to DC. So it means when it reaches the data center, it's going to be open for everyone to get access for this new cable. So I think with that, we can help to grow the development of the subsea cable here. But I think it's going to be more stronger if there is, some enforcement or regulation that's supporting that. I know that Timnas already supporting us on that, have that some kind of initiative. Like when we develop our beachman hole, they always asking, can you share with this? It's become on the open access. It's become the concern in practical from the national team also with this. Maybe it's gonna be better if there is kind of the regulation to setting up. So it's not voluntary by the operator, but every operator also need to open access to encourage more investment here. Thanks.
Excellent advice, excellent comment for Kominfo. Sorry, I'm not in charge, but I will refer to collect your advice to my other Director General. Please, Pak, please.
Thank you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dodi Arman. I come from Presiden Rosal. Actually, I'm part of Presiden, but not of Timnas. I just helping Pak Dian. I'm one office with Pak Dian. I interesting with the comment from Pak B about open access and diversity of landings in our discussion. I hear that Pak Budi said that the open access is being an issue in the subsea cable system in Indonesia. You recommend that this the open access should be a matter of enforcement or recommendation. If that's so, I mean, which national institution should address this? Should Timnas scope of work or there is specific institution to address this? So for the industry, for the investor, you can have a better regulation and better environment for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. I just this morning had a quick chat discussion with Pak Dian about this as well, because Pak Dian have always a concern on how to give more sharing in terms of beachman hole, cable landing station, and everything. So because when we want to get a permit for the new manhole or cable landing station, normally we have to deal with the local government, the PEMPROP or PEMCOT. This is the local government normally. So what I would like to suggest, so what we are doing now for the Bifrost landing in the Pantai Mutiara, actually we work with the Jakpro, JIP, which is the company that owned by the local government that provide the public services with that. So I think if they are one that having all these things and it's more natural and open, actually it helps also to generate the the income for the local government as well, because all the carriers, the operator also will rent that piece of land from the local government. So I think that's one of the approach. This is what we are doing also in Manado. We talk to the local government. They can provide the beach manhole and we lease for them. The other things is what we learned from Singapore is if we tie up with the local government, because the local government also have concern on the backhaul side, because normally we need to dig and everything is create mess, let's say to the road and everything. So I think it can be tied up with the project of public utility corridor with that. So how they can arrange, integrate between the, all the public utility, cable for the power and other things in the same road. So it's safe actually for the operator, and it is easier for the operator that they want to have landing there and then connecting all the backhaul to their office or to another station. So I think this is what I would like to suggest, and this morning I talked to Pak Dian, maybe we need to gather some of this event with the local government as well to encourage them also to use this, because I think most of the time we always engage with the local government for the permit, using some of the public land and everything in order to develop all these things. So I think it's gonna be win-win both for the local government and also the telco players. Yes.
Yeah. Is there anybody coming from DGPPI? No. So I wish I could help you, but I said I'm new. I don't know whether this is some sign that we go there. No. But I refer, and then perhaps that the role of regulator is very important. And so is there any question? But I think it's we have a college from USTDA here. Sir, is it possible that USTDA can available has the same problem with us? You have federal government, you have local government, and each administration has its own roles, right? But how they can manage win-win situation for easiness of laying cable? I don't know. Of course, it's not subsea cable, but I think this is on subsea cable, but in Hawaii. I think that we can learn from you, not only subsea cable, but also the others. I don't know. Is there any thing that US can? I mean, some US can also engage our colleagues from Pusidras, yeah, and from local government, and also coming for it.
Thank you for the question, Pak Denny. For exchange of best practices and lessons learned between the United States and Indonesia and other Indo-Pacific partners, we really encourage it. There's no doubt that government and regulations, that can be messy, especially with the many different actors involved between different branches of government, as well as with industry, with civil society, and all of the different stakeholders. So for that reason, we very much welcome the opportunity for delegations, whether that's from the government of Indonesia, the private sector, local industry, to visit the United States and learn about the experience, which I think is what this workshop is trying to achieve already, yes, by talking about these issues with colleagues from other counterparts from Southeast Asia or other industry here in Indonesia and elsewhere. So because of that, STDA, one of our sister agencies at the embassy, we're very interested in how we can help visiting delegations learn about best practices and lessons learned. So we have a variety of programs such as reverse trade missions that are organized specifically so that decision makers and those that are looking to understand the system can understand the U.S. experience and try to take what lessons can be learned from that.
Okay.
So we're very interested in that and very happy to have further discussions with government and others here from industry on how we might approach that to make that happen.
Okay, excellent. Nice offer, please.
So I know that we often point to Singapore as a great standard of having the single point of contact. I would also just like to flag that Ireland recently, a few years ago, enacted legislation just changing the entire framework around subsea cables, where initially you had to go from knocking door to door at the various levels in the various agencies. Brought all of that under one regulator, under one umbrella, and then they go and do that legwork. It's still early days. The regulator just came into force this July, but I think it will be really interesting to watch how this plays out, and if it does facilitate, kind of the local permitting challenges and facilitate those conversations. Because I think, to my earlier point, I think at the end of the day, you need a champion.
Yep.
Whose priority and job it is to move these investments quickly. Because when you're not moving quickly, you're losing connectivity and benefit.
Agree with you, and we will lose our competitiveness, right? And it's a good offer for Ireland. So I think I'll tell you at Telkom University. So we have to offer US, Ireland, and maybe our neighbor Singapore.
Yeah, I think for Indonesia also. I think the past 2 years we already create the national team that involve multiple agency. But this is of course is just starting, trying to improve everything in terms of the regulation and everything. So the role of the national team is quite similar within US, where we have the Telkom. So basically reviewing not only the permit, but also including the national security. In fact, I think for Indonesia, just focusing on the what is the U.S. government concern more on the national security agreement with all the cable that in U.S., but they're trying still on the early stage on the helping how to make all the process become clearer, and then how to make the process better, and then and it already involve also the Kominfo there and the national team. So we want to make sure that any obligation later on the cable ready is not going to be abandoned because of the license is not fulfilled. So I think we just started the past 2 years. I believe there is a lot of room for improvement, but I think from my experience, it's getting better and better because again, like this occasion where we have all discussion, also we have with the national team and also the Kominfo to make more awareness for all the stakeholders. I think with and having some benchmark also is going to be good.
Interesting, like what we have in the soccer game, soccer national team. We don't want to lag behind our Asian peers, and if we can learn from each other, at least among our neighbors, give our motivation more. And I think we have some 3 minutes more. You mentioned about the challenge of the security and competition, Pak. If I may ask you, Pak, what is your perception? Because our colleagues from Singapore mentioned open access, but other point of view is you have to concern about the security and also the, for example, our global concern as national interest. So how make it balance?
Well, I think each country they have their own concern and interest. This is what I say. I think the geopolitical situation also will play key roles on that. I think like the case in maybe in the US, lately the requirement on the national security issues is more stringent than before due to the situation. I think I shouldn't say that but the tension between US and China is also affecting some of the cable. How we can meet the compliance with the U.S. government regulation. I think they have their own concern, that we shouldn't question about that, because every country, they have their own concern, so we have to respect that. So I think as long as we understand what is the big concern, then we can mitigate. Say if the concern is about this, for example, it is practical that for U.S. government, we don't allow to use the equipment. So from the beginning, we shouldn't use that. So because we know in advance, from the beginning, we need to mitigate, and which party that we invite to form the consortium if anything is landed in U.S., because we understand what is the concern from the U.S. government. So I think. But also I think the Team Telecom also quite open on the discussion. Let's say for the terms and everything is always negotiable. But as long as the basic concern is met, normally is okay, even though our process is taking longer. So we should understand that one. Each could have their own concern. They have different concern.
Okay, please.
So we just need to respect that and comply with that, and mitigate it from the beginning when we design the project. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we have some Australian delegation would like to speak on that. Is from Zoom or from
Zoom? Yeah.
From Zoom.
It's just coming up
Please, sir.
on your
Please, ma'am. Please. Can you see me?
Hello.
Hello. Hey.
Yes, I can see you. Can you?
Okay, please, sir. So that on the issue on the competition, security, and between the national concern and then also the connectivity among the global internet, please.
Marine cables. So over the next period of 3 years, we'll be engaging in a lot of outreach with partners across the Southeast Asian region and also further afield, in order to get a better understanding on how we can achieve more consistent regulatory approaches to cables management issues across the region, recognizing that this is obviously a very attractive prospect for industry. And from this, we've identified that there's obviously a number of different regulatory frameworks which come into play in order to effectively manage subsea cable assets. For starters, we have the Telecommunications Act, which under the Telecommunications Act, we have the Schedule 3A framework, which is a key regulatory framework for the management and protection of subcables. And this is administered by the Australian Communications and Media Authority, who has two key powers under the Schedule 3A framework, namely they manage a licensing or permitting system for the installation of new international cables landing in Australia. And they can also establish protection zones, or otherwise known as protection corridors, which can be placed in key areas where there are existing or planned cables of national significance landing there. And these can dictate or limit the kinds of activities that can be carried out by shipping vessels or other users of the sea around cables of national significance, restricting and limiting activities that would otherwise risk damage to those cable assets. So we manage cables very thoroughly through that framework. And as you can see, that is administered by the Australian Communications and Media Authority. So it acts as a one-stop shop for all regulatory decision-making at a federal government level for any new international cable planned to land in Australia. So cable operators just need to apply to the ACMA through their regulatory framework, and the ACMA will then coordinate the consultations across government and across state and territory government, and also with industry where necessary, to ensure that all considerations regarding competing uses of the sea in the area where a new cable will be laid have been taken into consideration. So occasionally, from a proposed cable application, the ACMA will consult across government and with any relevant stakeholders, and may determine that the cable route might need to be adjusted to account for already established uses of the sea, such as marine parks, fishing zones, mining zones, or areas that are designated for Australian defence activities, for instance. Another important regulatory framework that Australia adopts is through the Australian Consumer and Competition and Consumer Act. And this is administered by the Australian Consumer and Competition Committee. Through this framework, we manage competitive and open access to cable assets and to other major trunk telecommunications infrastructure that would otherwise cause a monopoly if we didn't actually regulate for open access to those assets. So in relation to a cable, for instance, a cable owner has to sell their bandwidth on to domestic cable, domestic telecommunications providers in a way that is non-discriminatory, and they have to be able to provide access to connect to the cable at a landing point or another designated connectivity hub. And that access has to be provided in an open and non-discriminatory fashion. So they cannot favour, for instance, certain companies or companies which they might have an affiliation to for commercial reasons, either by being a subsidiary or otherwise. The other important factor or framework is our security frameworks. International submarine cables are considered to be a critical infrastructure asset, and these are protected under the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act, which was introduced in just recently in 2018 in Australian law. We also have security obligations under the Telecommunications Act, which apply to cable operators as well as any telecommunications infrastructure owners in the Australian context. And these place obligations on subcable operators to do their best to protect their networks and those cable assets which are critical to the Australian economy. They have to protect them and do their best to protect those from any threats, whether they be national security threats, threats of foreign interference, or otherwise. Also, through the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act, cable operators might be required to impose additional security obligations, such as creating holistic risk management plans to make sure that any aspects that might cause damage to these critical assets is taken into consideration, and that there are plans to mitigate against any risks that might cause damage, whether they be man-made risks, accidental or malicious acts. Thank you very
Sorry,
much.
I wish I could continue, and it's excellent explanation, and we have learned a lot. But the organizer time is up. But that's the excellent explanation, and we can learn 3 countries: Singapore, US, Ireland, and hope that we can have a chance to. I think this case policy, regulatory, and leadership from the regulator, not only so I think it's one entry, ACMA is one entry, and how the competition is the key. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and it's very short, and I'm sure I'm the new beginner on this subsea cable. I used to be satellite guy, I used to be spectrum guy. I hope that I learn from you now, but I think what we learn from Telkom and this advice from my other Director General that we take. We conclude this session, and thank you very much for active participation, and have a lovely afternoon, and this is after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Benny.
Thank
That
you.
was a well-run session. Please continue to share. We will now start the next session on regulatory certainty, run by Pak Dori from Pushidrosel. The discussion questions for this session will be put up, and Zoom, you're most welcome to chime in. So please, share your views and let's have an engaging discussion in this session as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I prefer to sit down. Before I start the discussion, let me once again introduce myself. I convey apology from Commodore Dian is because cannot moderate this discussion because of have any activity meeting writing. So from the term of reference, we have some panelists. We continue. I would like maybe to check. We have Mr. Firman Ibnu Sina from Meringko Marves. Thank you, sir. And then we have Mr. Tim from Zoom, I think. Is Mr. Tim present in Zoom? Okay. Welcome, Mr. Tim. And then once again, Mr. Nico from Meta. Mr. Wuryanto from Askalsi. Do we have speakers from SmartFan? Not yet. And ICT Philippines? No. Okay, so we have 4 panelists. Before we proceed to the discussion, I would like to read the background of this discussion. Once again, the title is Regulatory Certainty, Licensing and Approval Process. So the scope of discussion should be in this context and not the other topics. And the background is that currently many local and national agencies are typically involved in permitting and licensing approvals for subsea cable system, including telecom, infrastructure, fisheries, environment and conservation, and naval and defense authorities. A coordinated approach with a single focal entity to drive progress, setting up, approves, maintaining, and repairing cable should be implemented. So that's the background of these roundtable sessions. We have several questions. Yes, that's our several questions in here. I would like to start with the first questions, which is I will give to Mr. Firman to answer regarding about what approach has worked best in your country, Indonesia in this case, for permitting and provide a brief review of the process and any improvement and reforms that have helped to streamline the process. Time is yours, Man.
Thank you, Pak Dodi. Okay, before I continue, I would like to introduce myself. I'm from Coordinating Ministry of Time and Investment, Firman Ibnu Sina. The best approach in permitting and licensing in the Indonesia is the best approach is permitting and licensing through integrated on licensing system known as OSS, of course, in each ministry or institution. As you know, in Indonesia, we already have ministry and institution who is involved in the operate in cable laying. For example, from Navy, Pusidrosal, from Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, from Telkom, and from Ministry of Transportation, of course. And under the ministerial decree in MFI, Coordinating Ministry and Maritime and Investment, consists with the direct team, consists with the of course, and then execute team, the same level with the DG, and the technical team, of course, and same level with the director. In the technical team, all the team followed by under the ministerial decree. And the benefit and the bottleneck of the...
Not yes, sir.
Okay.
We just cover one question by one question.
One question, okay.
Okay.
Under OSS.
Okay. You have any additional answer? Enough?
Enough, I think.
Okay, thank you. Please give a round of applause for Mr. And that is the perspective from Indonesia. I know that we have also Mr. Tim from Australia. I believe from the institution Cable Connectivity and Resilience Center, it is not operator, it is policymakers, I think. That's why I need your perspective for Mr. Tim regarding the first question. I read once again the question, Mr. Tim. What approach has worked best in your country, in this case Australia, for permitting and licensing? Provide a brief overview of the process and any improvements and reforms that have helped to streamline the process in Australia. Mr. Tramisos.
Thank you for the question. I hope people can hear me okay. Tim Skoltok here from the Australian Cable Connectivity and Resilience Centre. So in answer to the question, what approaches worked best in our country for permitting and licensing, I think there's been a number of different aspects or elements of our regulatory approach that have worked very well in this regard. The first is an approach of developing regulation in a way that is stable and transparent. And in this case, as per my previous answer, we do have the Schedule 3A framework under the Telecommunications Act, which allows the ACMA to manage an installation permitting process on behalf of the Australian government. This framework and the permitting framework actually has statutory prescribed timeframes for the time in which ACMA has to actually make a decision on a permit application. There are two types of landing permits. You can either land a new cable in an area where there's already an established protection zone, or you can land a permit outside of protection zone area. We find that the other element of the Schedule 3A framework is that it provides a streamlined approach for industry. As I said, there's already prescribed timeframes in which ACMA has to make a decision on a permit application. And also because the ACMA is making a decision on behalf of the entire federal government, it acts as a one-stop shop for the majority of government permissions that would apply to a cable installation. And the ACMA also coordinates consultations across government and other related stakeholders in deciding cable installation permit applications. Another important aspect of our approach is to take a minimalist approach in relation to regulation. And by this, I mean that while Australia does have some form of cabotage rules under our Coastal Trading Act, these rules, cabotage rules, do not apply to subcable installations or maintenance or repair activities. So there's actually no regulatory requirement for cable repair ships or maintenance ships or installation ships to be Australian crewed or flagged in order to install or repair cables in Australian waters. Another aspect of our regulatory approach is to be flexible. And as I mentioned, in terms of the permitting framework that the ACMA administers, that allows cable operators to land cables anywhere on the Australian coast where there isn't already a competing use of the sea or coastline that's already been identified. So that includes having landings outside of established protection zones, while also allowing for applications to be made inside those protection zones. It's important as this allows industry to make its own choices in relation to how they diversify their subcable networks and the landing points of interest. And this adds further redundancy to our cable networks without there being too much interference necessary from the Australian government's point of view. I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
We still have more questions to discuss. Okay, before we go to second question, I will give Pak Wuryanto Askalsi to comment about the permitting and licensing process based on your experience in Indonesia. Pak Wuryanto. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Dodi. Yeah, basically the ALSCALSI is the Association of the Cable Owners in Indonesia. We have support what the government already set up and taken to the some policy already issued, because the policy include the licensing is already coming from so many discussion among us within the cable owners in Indonesia or the regulatory or government, anything else. So, and we are, ALSCALSI is part of the partner from the government. Before the government issuing the meeting or licensing, that they invite us to more detailed discussion through focus this group discussion or in the meeting or meeting in the Timnas or any kind of the meeting. So we do believe that what government already set up all of the permitting and licensing that already notify and issue to all of the cable owner players follow and also comply with the government rule. So, and we do believe that if any still room for improvement, if any some room for improvement, if any some player request something to make a better or speed up the processing, we are very open to discuss. So basically that ALSCALSI will be facilitated to discuss amongst to the cable owners and also government or shareholder others. So this is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. From the operator, national operator, and next I also give time for Nico, maybe from foreign investor regarding. Do you have any experience licensing in Australia or Indonesia?
We have quite a bit in Indonesia, and I would sort of go the Australian experience in terms of what I think is very, very helpful in terms of regulation, right? If it's clear, right, so everybody knows what the rules are, that's incredibly, right? If it's transparent, so you know you lodge an application, this is how it's dealt with, that's incredibly helpful, right? So where it's not up to an individual's discretion whether it gets granted or not, there are clear, transparent criteria. That's incredibly helpful. I think the thing that we've consistently said as well is stability and being forward label is very important. I think you sort of said from your country, America is not my country, but I can speak from the perspective that the US, there has been awful, right? There's been a lack of transparency with the process. The rules have changed along the way. That makes investment incredibly difficult. And in that regard, I think one of the things that again, we value, and I said this earlier, is a consultative evolutionary approach to regulation, right? So if you want to make a change, consult. Don't sort of come out one day and say, hey, we've made this change, because there are always unintended consequences that you can't understand a broad sort of consultative process. And I think the other thing that we found incredibly useful is where there are fixed timelines, because again, that sort of gives certainty to investment. It allows you to make a plan as to, hey, if we start on this date, we know we're going to have a permit on date Y. And that's very important. I think also NEC would share this view, or OMS. If you're looking at a cable that touches multiple countries, you've got to align all the permits from those countries to do the installation. And the cable is manufactured and loaded onto the ship based on that timeline, right? So you think, okay, we're going to start, and that's not good for the cable, it's expensive, sort of adds overall uncertainty and problems to the program.
Thank you, Nico. I think we have already formed the national team, the management of Subsea Cable Indonesia. I think in even if I'm not involved directly to national team, I think it's better than the previous experience. But it's still, I think the national team will always receive any recommendation or suggestion and will improve in the futures. And probably outside from the, maybe there is other participant who want to share their experience about regarding the their experience on permitting and licensing. Any other panelists from participant? Yes, please, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm chatty. I actually just had a question for Australia in terms of setting shot clocks and permitting timeframes. Is there any how have you been able to stick to the frames? Do you have standard questions? Have you had to bulk up your staffing? This is a real nitty-gritty question, but I agree that I think permitting timeframes for all the reasons mentioned is really important because these cables touch multiple jurisdictions and requires kind of multidimensional thinking in terms of planning. So curious about your process.
Would you like me to answer
Yeah,
that?
please give answer to the question from Chetty.
Sure. So from the Australian context, at least, I think we've been fortunate in that our regulatory framework under Schedule 3A was established in the early 2000s. So we've actually had quite a bit of time in Australia to become accustomed to utilising this regulatory framework. And from that, we've actually adjusted the statutory timeframes and made them shorter more recently than they were initially, as we've sort of established the process for considering new cable landing applications. Although the ACMA team is fairly small, when you look at the team that's actually has its finger or hand on the pen, so to speak, in terms of making the final decision as to whether or not to grant a new cable landing. There are areas dotted around all of the relevant portfolios across the Australian government, and also in state and territory governments as well, that have over time built up their own way of considering certain aspects of a cable application. So as part of the application process, ACMA has to consult, for instance, with the Department of Home Affairs in relation to potential security risk matters or any aspects of national security that need to be taken into consideration for a new cable landing. And they will consider any security aspects such as who owns the cable ultimately, what the route of the cable will be taking, whether or not that route is contentious in some way, all those sorts of considerations. The Department of the Environment also has to be consulted by the ACMA in order to take into consideration any environmental factors. So it's really from the reason why we can make these decisions fairly quickly within the prescribed timeframes is one, because we have to, and two, because over 20 years in which the regulatory framework has become in place, all of the portfolios that contribute to those decisions are well accustomed to dealing with new permit applications. So they will consider just their element of the permit application. So for instance, the Department of Infrastructure and Communications will consider telecommunications sector impact considerations as well as competition considerations, as an example. But it's really from just having a regulatory framework consistent and in place over time that government can build up the capacity to be able to make the decisions quickly. Thanks.
The first question now, because we have very limited time, we can proceed to second questions. I think about the time frame. I know that national team have a time frame. It's like 44 days or so. Maybe you can explain about this time frame later. But I also to answer about the second question from the perspective of the Menko Marves. what are the benefits and bottlenecks of mandating fees and local ownership in cable system? I think it's the keyword is mandating fees and the local ownership. Mr. Firman.
Thank you, Pak Dodi. Benefit of mandating fee ownership include increased state revenue, of course, ensuring local involvement in the infrastructure project, enhancing local technical, and then with the 44-day before, when we don't have national team, almost 2 years, or if everybody wants to get permitting and licensing. Right now, already sequence, and the timeline is just 44 days for all the we call that initiator. Okay,
better than yeah, we're much better.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So the mandating fees and local ownership policy in Indonesia is decided by the Kemenko Marves to towards the national interest in terms of national tax and for the national income. Yeah?
Yes, of course, for national interest. And each ministry, they have already what we call that, PNBP, what we call that?
It's like income, national income.
Tax revenue, yeah.
Non-tax revenue.
Yeah, tax revenue. Each ministry, they already have under the government decree or the government permit.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Firms. Mandating fees and the local ownership. Is it hard for the national cable operator regarding the mandating fees and these local ownerships?
Yeah, we are as a cable owner in Indonesia that we follow what the government decided and set up. All of the fees, so many tax related, the property tax, the value added tax, anything related, so many tax. But already decided amongst all of the shareholder, so that's why that all of the cable owner in Indonesia just follow that what the government already did. That's the answer. Thank you.
So no burden to follow this fees and other regulation regarding this fees.
That we have discussed so many times with the government, but I think the government has own consideration, yeah, to protect also the local and also many things we don't know exactly the reason behind, but there are so many things what we have discussed. Finally, the government to decide that mandating fees, blah 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 blah. That finally, every operators, every cable owners just follow and obey.
The second, I want the Australian perspective. I want to go again to Mr. Nico about the issue of mandating fees and local ownership. Do you have any experience you want to share and any comments regarding this issue, Mr. Nico? I'm sorry, Mr. Tim. Yes. Are you still there?
Thanks. Sorry, this is in relation to what are the benefits and bottlenecks of mandating fees and local ownership in submarine cable systems? Sorry, I assume that's the question that I'm asked to answer. In Australian context, at least, we found that there are few benefits in mandating fees and local ownership in submarine cable systems. We try to keep fees for installation permits for cables landing in Australia to be fairly modest. If you're seeking to land a cable in an already established protection zone, for instance, the application fee, I believe, is less than 5,000 Australian dollars. If you're if you're applying to land a cable outside of a protection zone, the fee remains about the same. However, there is a significant deposit fee that is also attached to applications outside of existing protection zones because of the additional checks and balances that the ACMA has to go through to make sure that that new landing point will be viable. The reason why the timeframes for assessing a landing permit outside of a protection zone are longer and more expensive is, of course, because a lot of the checks and considerations have already occurred when the ACMA has established a protection zone in existing areas like Sydney and Perth. So for this reason, it's usually more desirable for industry to land cables in places where there are existing protection zones. In terms of the benefits for mandating local ownership, there are of course benefits in terms of supporting domestic cable industry. However, that doesn't really apply in Australia's case because Australia doesn't have its own domestic cable industry, either for cable installations or for...
There was no local investor that wanted to participate, right? So then you have to think, as a country, am I better off with no cable? But a rule that, you know, mandates local, or am I better without the local investment, but at least having a cable and having that connectivity? And I think the same thing goes for the fees, right? Like, what is the purpose of the fees? Are the fees, you know, designed to cover administrative costs, or are they a source of revenue? Like, if it's a source of revenue, at what point does it push investment away and you lose the overall benefit of the cable, which has really been the discussion for most of the day, right? Like, cables drive connectivity, they improve P, you know, basically have a whole bunch of social benefits. So at what point do the fees deter investment so that you lose all those benefits? Generally, we would say fees should be relatively related to the cost of the activity that's being undertaken, right? So if it's a license fee, it should be related to what of cost, similar to what Tim just said about Australia. What is the administrative cost of actually doing the work to permit a cable that lands inside a cable protection zone? It's minimal. $1,000, great. The other thing that's really important to us is the transparency. So anything that looks like a discretionary, we end up with a whole lot of overhead from a foreign corruption requirements perspective, right? So we regularly get audited by the US government, by the EU, about payments that we make that are not clearly mandated in regulation. So if the fees in any way, shape or form, like not set out in a regulation, that becomes very problematic. I think the other thing that we've come across that's been very problematic is if fees change during a project. And again, we're in a relatively privileged position in that we are often able to absorb those costs, but a lot of the time our co-investors have a really limited and fixed capital budget for a project. So if we're partway through a cable and a new fee is introduced, it's often very difficult for them to go back to their or whatever their internal financial procedures are to kind of say, hey, look, this rule has changed in country B. We now need an extra, you know, amount for this fee that didn't exist before. So again, it kind of creates problems for a lot of parties.
Thank you, Nico. Taken by Kemenko Marques, which is the directing committee of the national team of Subsea cable, is we have official and we promote the local ownership of the Subsea cable yesterday, and also I think we don't we also promote the investment for the Subsea cable, but we have set a specific regulation how the foreign investment to join the Subsea cable laying in Indonesia. Any comment regarding this? About the transparency that Mr. Nico about I think we already quite transparent in this national team.
Yeah,
regarding the Subsea
we
cable.
already have electronic pipa kabel. You can see in the in Pusidrosa, in TNI, you can submit it, and you can the day by day, and as you check the time schedule. For example, for proposal, it's just 3 days. After that, we have like meeting validation, explanation, like almost like 3 days too. Then you can check day by day the permit already until 3 days after you check. I mean, you can ask them if the something happen, what you need to do it, what you need to do after you got the information. If they have, if you need to repair again the proposal, something like that.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, Mr. Vivan from Kemenko Marves regarding the. Yes, Nico, I think the national is trying to improve the transparency, and you said like the mandating fees, how to officialize the regulation and something like that. I think we are on the right direction to go to maybe not as good as Australia, not as good as Singapore, but we go to the more better economic system every day, better every day. Yeah. Based on schedule, we are finished at 1500, I think. So we have 2 minutes left. If any comment, Chetty, do you have any? Yes, please, Pak Budi. You have 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Yeah, I think Nico already mentioned what is really important: the certainty, the clearness, and then the stability. But there is another thing that I wanted to highlight as well, is the fair and equal treatment for others as well. I think it is important. I think related to the local ownership, I just want to share with you how's our situation now when all the cable investment involve the local operator provider. What we need to do is we have obligation beside all the deployment or permitting fee that we need to pay. We need to pay every year is the what so-called as a land and building tax or property tax. You can name it a property tax. And then for all the service that we sell to the customers, we need to pay the also beside tax, VAT. And also we need to pay also the license fee and USO fund. But they're not gonna happen with if the cable is there is no local ownership. Just for instance, some of the cable that just even if we have local ownership, then the cable not landing to Indonesia, then we still pay on the property tax. Because there is the Indonesian entities involved on that. If there is no Indonesian legal entities, they will not charge because they don't know where to send the tax bill. So I think that's the situation. So it makes unfair to the local ownership actually. Yeah. So I think these things also that need to be settled. I think for the local provider, the local ownership, we are not asking about the protection, but it's more on the equal treatment. I believe all the obligation to the country need to be treated fairly. I think that's the most concern that we need to highlight, and we need to resolve it, especially for the cable just passing by. It's not really land and house, the arrangement and everything. I think this is some of the homework that we need to settle down to make it clear as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Budi. Well said. So I don't need to conclude the discussion because Pak Budi also already make a conclusion of this discussion. Regarding our discussion is regulatory certainty, licensing, and approval process. We have a lot of suggestion, recommendation from Mr. Nico, Pak Nico, and then Mr. Tim from Australian perspective, and then We have also a presentation from Pak Firman about what is our permitting environment right now and the opinion from the national owner. And we hope that this discussion is not finished here, but in the future we can discuss to promote the investment from national and also from international investment, and also from the regulator side. Pak Firman and team will provide a more transparent and fair regulation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore.
All right, we're breaking now for a 15-minute coffee break, and then we'll return for our last two sessions of the day. One more roundtable discussion, and then a quick closing. Tea and coffee are outside as usual, so please come back at 3:15. Thank you.
Juli? What? You caught that on yourself. I'm sorry. You pay a surcharge. But that, I mean, that's.
Hello, hello. Have you met?
Hey, yeah, go. Are you getting a coffee or?
All good?
When you come to public, I told them that I already met you in couple months ago. Last time with Nico met Pak. Training with Australian too, but cable system Thamrin. In Australia, they explain how they can lay. Maybe we should do the benchmark with the Swiss canal. With the 200.
I think it's, yeah, I think like I think it's my car. I'm like, go. I'm just confused.
Yeah, and even Singapore, they are still right. For example, they just one cable consists with the main operator. They are connected in the front.
Well, it's getting
right.
Yeah,
Right. No, the mask.
So I want to sit down on my computer and
it is on the cable wall.
those are the intro. And they can go
we suspect there is one cable that will go there. Because that just happened after the cable. He can monitor from the device. Ya, ini kan dia lapor ke Telkom dari istilahnya kejadian itu. Karena itu kita monitor Pak, tapi bukan kabel itu masih kita we know which one. But we didn't really have solid proof to
vessels probably Indonesia. But this was like vessels like Panama, kind of cable, or somewhere else, and you go to Cork in Greece.
But here these are actually whether they stay longer
But I think that's something that, you know, spatial data,
I think another thing that because not everyone is willing to share about it, right? So because you know what's the plan. So there's and all that they are you can there's kind of a corridor to indicate maybe you know so in the future the result of the according to the environment. Yeah. That's what we
Yeah, but again, so then we figure out like where that information comes from. Yeah, fishing, right? So you say, like here, something like this, more fishing there because like. No, I think what they're trying to do is where the signature or so make it clear from the signature or something like that. I think what's happening in the from the side.
Yeah.
One is the specific fishing zone actually for the Makassar. I told you. So where are we crossing? The one is a special fishing zone. So it's already studied and even assigned by the president. So the but we managed to get.
Hello everyone, it's 3:15. Can we gather back inside so we can start the session? Hello. Hi, excuse me, we're going back in. Sorry.
Schedule on 7.
Gone already?
And
He's still there? Oh. Last session of the day.
But it is in the every time we go back, somebody to change the regulation. You know, we've been working on 5 key regulations. We were planning to get for us to take 2 steps forward, and the local government said, "Oh, actually, we want to have a common utility corridor." So no one, but they don't have a utility corridor. So there's like years when nothing happens. So it's like, okay, understand common utility corridor makes sense, good idea. But let's work together on how to do that. But in the meantime, now, yeah, this is something that you know also. If it is clear when the utility corridor will be right, then what is the solution with the spectrums, right? And then when we are going to migrate them. And I think if we have corridor that we can use, and we don't have to dig. It's great.
We have all the process, right?
Nothing for the new capital. Like, why no gateway for Kosovan or but that should have been phase one, right? Because Tempat would have gone there, Cyprus would have gone there, Epic would have gone there.
For the new capital ready.
But at least if you had the corridor, we would have planned.
For the time being, we use
You did a post already? Yeah. The ones by the time I'm done here, I go to the market. I'm done here, I'm just going to the market.
Hi everyone, we are starting the next session. Please let's make our way back in so we can conclude. The last session will be very fast so we can end the day on time. So if we can make our way back in the room so we can start.
Are you awake? I'm like got the jitters. Are you going to come with me? Yes. Can we do it? Yes, I will. Oh, yeah, that's like 5 minutes, right? 1 hour. We saw that and we were like, why did we say? Are you kidding me? Yes, who said that? It's just a thing. It's just going to give a lecture. Another like overflow. No, yeah. It's just thank you. Bring it all together. Literally 5 minutes. Like that's some motivation right now. I've been checking out everything's it's so beautiful, right? All of that. Like Chloe Jackson. Girls also doing that. Like, so light. Tell Graham to just sit and start filming. Like literally, but I think.
Nobody wants to start.
Yeah.
They'll come in.
I think if you start,
you need a mic.
You need a mic. Here. You can also shout. You can also shout.
I only stand so I can say goodbye.
How dare you? How dare you when Graham is just sat in there? Thank you so much for everything. Yeah. Thank you for all of your contributions. Start working with you and thank you for the rest of the series as well. Absolutely. Yeah. So
Close for me. Wrong way for you, but
long way for me, but yeah, still. Thank you.
I
Okay. Take it away.
Say again?
I think
Start
you just have to
singing.
start singing. Start singing, go show up.
Start singing and dancing. Oh, we can do that.
Last session was hard.
Well, you'll leave. What time do you finish? I don't know, quite soon according to...
Yeah.
Four-ish. Oh, well, that's the end of it. Okay. Right. So this is, wow, this is a really cozy meeting now.
Everyone's still getting coffee.
I'm just arrived.
This is a certificate.
A certificate, yeah, okay. To show that I've attended and learned something. Well, I could start singing roll up for the mystery tour, but nobody's ever heard of the Beatles in this room. Is that the very long one? No, TJ Jackson one. I've not seen it. No, I've been told it's so good. One of my claims to fame is in my very distant past, I used to have a jazz band, trombone, and our band was supporting the Beatles in 1962. Now, I don't look that old. Yeah, Pete Best was the drummer, but the other guy had already died. And yeah, it was quite interesting because the guy who used to play the clarinet in my band was at school with Paul McCartney, John Lennon, Paul Callum, and he kept talking about his band on the Beatles. His junior came to call the band. Now look at them, look at me.
Could be on tour now, you know.
I know,
Yeah. Different kind of tour.
Well, you still work. Ram, you have the mic. So.
Yeah. The mic.
Makeup singer.
Anybody else coming to this? Hello.
We're going to close the door and start.
It's more dedicated.
The hardcore. Oh, this is going to be fully improvised.
There's no one else out there, so.
Right. Well, it's their loss, isn't it, really? Is this the last session?
Yes, this is
The last session.
The very last one.
The very last one.
After that, it will just be a closing.
Oh, there will be another.
No, just to thank everyone for that.
Oh, right.
It's nothing.
Okay. So this is the hardcore of the meeting. So this session is entitled Maintenance, Cable Protection Corridors and Cable Protection Zones. So I hope Tim's still up there somewhere in Zoom because he's still on duty. So I hope you took notice this morning when I said that, first of all, on here it's written there's 100 cable faults a year. Actually, there's nearer to 200 cable faults a year. But they're all dealt with very quickly in most places. Some places not so quickly. But I also said this morning that cable faults, 80% of cable faults occur in water depths less than 1,000 meters. So in general terms, by definition,
that means that those cable faults, those 80% of cable faults happen within national jurisdiction. They're either in, well, that depends on what you say national jurisdiction. They're going to be in territorial waters or they're going to be in the EEZ. They're not going to be in the area, which is area beyond national jurisdiction. So I think what I would like to do is talk about what is the impact of jurisdictional creep on the ability to repair cables within the areas of jurisdiction or perceived areas of jurisdiction. There's a few hundred kilometers north of here, which for political reasons I can't mention where, but we all know where, that there is the extreme example of jurisdictional creep. So what I would like to ask the people that I've been told are a part of my, it's an informal, not panel, by the way. I've been told it's not a panel, it's a round table. So the people who are not around are not on a panel, but they are on a panel. There are Danny. Is Danny still here? I think he's gone home. He's gone somewhere. Sorry, Tim's gone also. Oh, good old Tim. You can see me. I gave you a thumbs up. So Tim is on. Abdul, we know he's here. Dave Cheer, we know he's here. There you go. Very good. And we've got one here that's TBC. Obviously not here. So we have 3 questions, and I like them to be really framed around jurisdictional creep. How easy is it to maintain? We'll go on to cable corridors and protection zones a bit later, but let's just talk about jurisdictional creep and the impact that jurisdictional creep is having on the ability to maintain and to repair cables. So let me first go to, well, I'm going to go to Abdul because he's had an easy day today. He's been very, very quiet, which is really unusual.
So come again the question. Let's make it fun, right? Hey team, how are you? I think Jonathan is also on the list. Jonathan Lim, IMDA. Yeah. Yeah, IMDA is such an example that we can't. So.
Right, go.
So come again the question, like, yeah.
Are you paying attention?
Yeah.
So I need to, the question really is, okay, this morning, were you paying attention this morning?
Yeah, I did.
So this morning we agreed, well I agreed, so therefore you all had to agree, that 80% of cable faults occur in water depths less than 1,000 meters. And what I'm saying, by definition, those cable faults occur either within the EEZ or the territorial waters of coastal states. So because we've got jurisdictional creep happening, I mean, cabotage is just one example, but there are other examples. Let's just take another one. There's nobody here from India. We've got someone from Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
But in India, for many years, we know that they treat their exclusive economic zone as if it's their territorial sea. So that's an example of jurisdictional creep. So what impact does that have on installation and maintenance of submarine cables?
Yeah. So I guess what I can share is my limited information in Southeast Asia only. Where I'm coming from is Malaysia. I guess one of the impact to that is, of course, we were talking about this morning about the investment. We were also talking about the open access. And surely this is something that we can see in the future, especially not just Malaysia, but also Southeast Asia. And to be honest, as the person who's running around in Southeast Asia, we can see it's progressive. The law and regulations has been positively progressive in this part of the region. And the way I see it, there's still more room for improvements for in terms of the law and regulation. Especially, we're not just talking about installation, but also for the maintenance. If we can keep up with the topic of that we want to discuss today, so installation and also maintenance. So the impact to that is that, just like what Nico mentioned, so we have a regulation certainty in that region. So surely that would provide a better understanding about the region and how we can actually improve the process and I mean the Thamrin cable system itself. And if we can relate with the digital policies and the regulations that are in place, that would definitely affect in the long-term run. So my takeaway on that is, of course, in terms of the permitting and licensing, the certainty. I mean, I'm just like repeating whatever that we have said this morning, but it was all true. Another thing is the implementation. You can have like whatever regulations that you have, like you can say that, oh, it was enacted in 2012 or like 2017, but if it's never been implemented, it just never, just never been in place in that country. For example, in Malaysia, there was, it was just recent last year. It's not a submarine telecommunication cable, but it's a power cable. So there was a lawsuit by the private investor to the government of Malaysia for not taking care of the power cable that has been installed. So, but the lawsuit was on the ground of the negligence, not really on the lawsuit for in terms of the contract or like. But it's a negligence lawsuit. So it's really interesting to see what's the ruling of the court in that case, and I believe it will be a greater part of the literature review in Malaysia as a whole. Yeah.
Thanks. Dave, would you like to comment on that from an ACPL point of view?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, in terms of our experience in operation this region, yeah, I think permitting is always a challenge. Yeah, I think as what Nico has said, it will be good if there's transparency, stable, and rules don't just change overnight. And we have encountered times where, rules just change overnight, and then, and we are supposed to go out for repair. And, the urgency of the repairs, it really caused a lot of pain, not to us only, but also to cable owner. Yeah. I think in terms of for India, I think they have changed and it's now better. Yeah, there's still more room for improvement. Yeah, yeah.
I think improvement in India, to some extent, it's ICPC members who have made presentations when there was this discussion document that was issued about a year ago. I know that Kent Bressie, who's the law advisor ICPC, we made several submissions. I think there were several cable operators or cable suppliers who made separate direct submissions as well. So I think I know from the work that we do, it's not really improved that much, but I hope it has from a cable installation and a maintenance, a repair perspective. Anybody else would like to talk about these issues? Sorry? A topic. So let's put your topic into this agenda. Okay. Right. Where are we now? Okay. I think what I'd like to do now, because then Tim will come in again, third session, good lad Tim, is cable protection versus cable corridors. The two, well, within the Indonesian context, they're two completely different things. So I'd like to ask Tim about Australia, because we know that the 3 cable protection zones in Australia, that is the North and South Sydney zone and the Perth protection zone, particularly Sydney, those zones are getting quite full, quite congested. But we also know now that you mentioned earlier that that cables can be landed anywhere in Australia. And we do know that the permitting lead time for landing cables outside a protection zone is considerably longer. And you did mention this deposit issue for cables landing outside of a protection zone. But I have heard from the ICPC Law of the Sea Day in Singapore in April that Australia is considering new cable protection zones. Tim, would you like to comment on that, please?
The question, and yes, you're very well informed regarding. Oh, I can hear myself. No, not anymore. Sorry. Yes, it's true. We do have currently 3 existing protection zones, 2 off the coast of Sydney and 1 off the coast of Perth. These accommodate the vast majority of our international cable, subcable connections landing in Australia currently. I think we have 15 of our international cables are landing in those 3 protection zones. And you're quite correct that in recent years, it has been identified that the protection zones that are used at the moment are becoming congested because since they were implemented, we've introduced at least 4 or 5 times the amount of original cables that we had landing in those areas originally. And we've also now got the situation where there's a number of international cables that are landing or planned to land outside of those existing zones. And we already have the Darwin, Jakarta, Singapore cable system, which is owned by Vocus, that has recently last year been landed in Darwin. And we know that there's a number of other international cable projects planned to also land in the Darwin area in the next couple of years. With that in mind, the Australian government sees that there's definitely a case to be made for considering the establishment of a 4th protection zone in the Darwin area to accommodate those new cables and provide some additional limitations or restrictions on activities for seafaring vessels around those protection zones to ensure that risk of cable damage would be limited. The need for new protection zones has been raised through an ongoing series of industry consultations that the Australian government, mainly through the Department of Infrastructure and Communications, regularly holds with industry to seek their views on not only subcable frameworks, but also telecommunications security frameworks, open access standard frameworks and competition frameworks, etc. So we do value highly the advice and the consultation that we have with industry in Australia to help inform how we have room for improvement in our regulatory framework. So we don't like to sit on our laurels. We do take industry's advice seriously. And lately, industry's been noting that the congestion has become a concern in our existing protection zones, and the Australian government's currently performing an initial feasibility assessment to ascertain whether or not it's feasible to actually establish a new protection zone off the coast of Darwin. There are some potential challenges in establishing a protection zone in that area, not the least of which there has been some defence activities and zoned out areas of the sea in that area that are sectioned off to allow for defence activities to be performed. Also, there is a lot of unexploded ordnance up in the north coast of Australia, thanks to the Second World War, and there's actually still unexploded ordnance in the area where a protection zone may potentially be established for these cables. which might be a cause of concern. So we're currently working through those sorts of issues, and also working with fisheries authorities, and of course working with the Northern Territory government to seek their views on potential challenges to establishing a protection zone. However, it is something that's desirable by industry, so something that we're definitely seeking to progress. Thanks.
When am I going to get a protection zone of the Sunshine Coast?
Well, we might have to talk about that offline, sorry.
A selfish question. Right. Anybody else want to comment about protection zones in Yep.
I think Tim mentioned about the protection zone, and then I have a particular interest when he mentioned the fishery authority. So one of the things that we've done for the past years in Malaysia and Thailand, when we do the permit for the cable system, one of the questions that we ask, whether this cable will be protected by them. So they have the law. So in Malaysia, so we have a national and also the local level. So the local level is basically has a jurisdiction over the territorial waters. Same goes with the Thailand. Now, one of the answers would be how we protect our cable if the fishermen are stronger than them. So the key takeaway that I wanted to share is that there are certain things that create challenges in this region. It's not that sometimes we want to have the cable protection zone, we want to enact the law. The authority has the will to do it. But all of these nuances coming from the fishermen, because like, then they will ask for like the compensation. Will they get compensation for the 25 years? I would never answer or respond to that question. So those are the challenges. And I just wanted to highlight that in this forum, as much as we want to progress, I guess it will be a slow and steady progress. It would not be an overnight decision to have a cable protection zone. There are still things that we need to, settle down in that region, especially it's a very dynamic region if you talk about Southeast Asia, the cultural sensitivities as well. So we're probably not like Singapore, but we're getting there. Yeah.
I think the protection zones themselves are actually a bit of a double-edged sword, because what it does create is cable clustering, and cable clustering you can have multiple hits with one event. So together with a cable protection zone, like Tim mentioned earlier in one of the earlier sessions, in order for a cable protection zone to work, and you deal with the fishermen, I have no idea, but you need to have some legal remedies for cable damage within a protection zone. In Australia, they definitely have legal remedies for people who damage a cable for doing prohibited activities. And obviously, bottom contact fishing, commercial fishing, would be one of those prohibited activities. So yes, it will be quite difficult. Does anybody else have an opinion on cable protection zones? Silence. They all want their beer at... Okay, so I'm looking at the list of questions I was given. These are not spontaneous questions from me. Those were, but this is not. So the second question, which is presumably on behind me, does the designation of submarine cable infrastructure as critical information infrastructure improve the experience of resilient connectivity? I don't know who's going to take that one on. Is that your subject?
Which one is your topic? Maybe I will do a sharing on Singapore's approach and how we think about.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's the end of the session, and I'm very much one of the few that's standing between your way and the beer that Graham is talking about. But so just to introduce, Jonathan from IMDA. I'm here with my colleague Hui Qi as well. So we are from the Subsea cable team. And I thought, since Singapore has been mentioned quite a few times throughout of the day, we would like to step in and maybe just do a bit of sharing on how we think about this infrastructure, which we all know is very important today, right? So I actually prepared a few talking points. One of it is that I think it's an undeniable fact, or something that everyone here in this room can agree, that the future is in digital, right? And that's how it has really brought about all these huge tangible benefits for each and every one country that is seated here today. Singapore likewise as well. And you know, we have benefited from it, and we like to see that we are at the forefront of this digitalization and this global ecosystem. And I think earlier today, I think Tahani did mention about Singapore looking to double the number of cable landings in the next 10 years. Yeah, that was actually drawing reference to our digital connectivity blueprint, which was published last year, around the mid of last year in June. Yeah, so if you are interested to read up a little bit more, yeah, do feel free. It's an open paper that sets out how we think about both the soft and hard infrastructure and that space in between. And I think what's underlying it is at its essence is that it reflects really our commitment to invest ahead of demand, to try to really look forward and really plan for that, and to enhance this whole entire digital infrastructure stack that really underpins our digital economy. So within this, the gist of this blueprint, it involves us mapping out our hard infrastructure, our physical X digital infrastructure, as well as to the soft infrastructure. So how do we really think about them to make them future ready? So once again, like what was mentioned, we aim to double. One of the key thrusts is to double the number of landings in the next 10 years. And so at the core of it, the attitude, or I would say the approach that we take, is that it's something to really be a very collaborative approach, one that really enhances this interconnectivity of our region as a whole. So we do really very welcome the landings of these new cables, and to do so, actually, we believe that the collaboration is key. So don't just work within our local government agencies. As I've heard today, actually the involvement of landing a cable, it involves multiple agencies. There's not just one agency that's in charge of it, but multiple within the whole of government. So we do work very closely with the other government agencies, and that's to the extent of identifying new suitable landing sites for Singapore, due to our size and the limits that we have in our landing sites, which was also brought up during the sessions today. Yeah, as well as the cable corridors, where ships can lay the cables in a safe and secure manner. And how we at IMDA, we can actually facilitate this kind of cable landings and about. Yeah, so that's really how we think about it. And the next thing is that besides just facilitating these cable landings, we know with this whole expansion of the global submarine, where they are all exponentially increasing in numbers, like what our colleagues from Singtel mentioned today. It used to, you think about a new cable in once every 5 years, but now it's maybe 1 to 2 cables every other year. So that's really amplifies or drives home the message of the scale with everything are moving, the rate of change is actually happening. And we do recognize that. And we have also witnessed this spate of incidents like what Graham has mentioned. We are looking at close to 200 happening just last year alone. Yeah, so we do take a very serious view of this. And at its essence, or at its core, it underlines that this very infrastructure, it's very fragile after all, right? It's very fragile. So it's we feel that we have a role to play here, really, to ensure that the global interconnected digital ecosystem that we call remains both interoperable as well as reliable. The reliability is there. So again, at IMDA, I know I may sound like a broken record, but it's really to drive home the message that we all belong to this whole global community, right? Both the government, the industry as well. It's key that we work towards this consensus on the standards, on some norms and best practices, like what Graham has shared earlier today as well, to how to protect this very critical infrastructure. Yeah. So and I would actually say that more so than ever, there's a strong impetus to look at this area of how we actually protect, how we maintain, and if there's a cut, how do we actually attend to them in an expedient manner. Yeah. So it's our belief over here that actually the states, government, and industry players can really collaborate and partner a lot more closely. Like what Nico also mentioned, the clear, transparent, and very stable regulations are very helpful to the industry. We hear them, and it's something that everyone can agree on as well, and it's to everyone's benefit. So actually, we are within the Southeast, the ASEAN region. Actually, we are also very keen. We are actually working within the community, the ASEAN community, to help review some of these guidelines, which helps best guides these best practices in terms of facilitating, say, these cable repairs. Yeah, so it's like we are looking at areas like how can we streamline the approval process, how can we, because by streamlining, there's a tendency you're actually going to save time, right? You get to do the act of repairing much faster. And to this extent, we have clearer time frames where people can anticipate their repairs. I think this would be helpful as well. I think another point was being mentioned where establishing a one-stop shop, like Tim from Australia, hi Tim. Yeah, he also mentioned the one-stop shop, which really helps to give clarity about the process and how things are managed. I think these are things that also within the ASEAN region we'll be looking at as well. So once again, for my third time repeating, it's all about collaboration within this submarine global community. I think it's what the approach that IMD takes over here. Thank you.
Fantastic. Great. That's a real good comment. I don't know whether I should regress a little bit on this, but I don't know whether you were with the IMDA. It wasn't even called the DA then, it was just called the IDA. But quite a number of years ago, I was asked, together with a civil engineering consultant, design a way in which multiple new cables could land in Singapore. And we explored some really quite exotic solutions, one of which was a big cable tunnel from Changi out to the TSS. And we went to a lot of effort to work out an engineering solution, how cables could be effectively brought into this tunnel. But then there was this big worry that it's, again, clustering. It was a really big target if somebody wanted to be mischievous. But it was quite an innovative way because, I've seen that Singapore is looking at 26 more cables landing in Singapore. It may be more than 26 over the next decade. And knowing I live in Singapore at least part of the year, I know the land restrictions there. And I was at a UN GGIM meeting in Bali earlier this year, and there was a guy from the land authority. It was mainly to do with geospatial issues, but we were talking about how you to land more cables in Singapore, given that there are it's quite tight to actually find this, because you were talking about interagency cooperation, but that is one of the agencies that you have to cooperate with. But it was really interesting because I've seen Singapore grow from when I first went there, which is, we've talked about the Beatles, but it wasn't that far back. First in Singapore in 1981, and the changes that have happened since then have just been dramatic and spectacular, actually. But anyway, anybody else would like to discuss this topic from an investor's point of view? Nico. Come on, stop looking away.
I was looking at the question. Yeah, look, I think on the resilience thing and redundancy, it's nothing different to what we've already said, right? So I think having flexibility to land in multiple different locations, do survey work, find the best place inside the survey corridor to label, avoid clustering where it's not necessary, right? Obviously, when you're coming into Singapore, clustering is
unavoidable, right? We had discussions, I think, during the break, that there are certain places like the Makassar Strait. It's deep, it's narrow, thin cluster, right? So that where it's unavoidable, but where it is avoidable, like give the industry the flexibility to choose the best route and route around volcano, other things that we identify.
Thanks. Any more comments on that particular topic? Okay. What's this? There's a final question.
Oh, one more thing to say on that, right? So as an investor, we look at the end-to-end network availability that we need to manage our products, right? And to do that, we look at mean time between failures and mean time to repair. So where congestion is a problem, we as an industry can make do with fewer cables if the repair is swift, right? So where countries are looking at balancing the equities around sort of spatial constraints, if you can reduce the repair per man, as an industry, we can probably make do with fewer cables.
That's not good news for my business. Okay, let's now talk about, because I think we've only got one gentleman here who could maybe address this question. Maybe not more than one. We've got three there. So we've talked about cable protection zones. Now we want to talk about cable corridors. And I've deliberately missed out the word protection, because cable corridors can do the very opposite of protect the infrastructure. So do we have any views that wish to be given forum about cable corridors, which are, I think there may be some changes coming. We hope there's going to be some changes coming. But maybe you'd like to address the cable corridor question. Here's a mic. Fill your boots. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. So actually, I don't know how Mr. Rizal is included in the national team. In Indonesia context, it is yes, it is very bureaucratic organization or agency involved in the cable laying is very a lot of ministry included, and then considering the geospatial context and the airspace leaking, that makes the destiny more complex. From the I myself is not the technical guys who design but I know they are my friends, they are my partners in office. They try to conserve the space, the marine space, to optimize the not only for the cable, not only for the pipe, but also for the others things. The Komodrian is the technical chair for the national team. He and his members is, I think they always try to accommodate all the initiators, and they also feel to, if you want to make a consultation with them. I think Komodian and his team is always open to discuss what is the best for the investor. But as you know, the regulator side, they always prioritize the national interest upon your interest. And regarding the corridor, I think the policy right now in national level, especially in the technical, in national team, you have a directing committee, which is chaired by Minister Luhut, and then the executive team, which is chaired by our commander, Pusidrosal commander, with our leaderships in the ministry. and the technical team is chaired by Commodore Dian, which is they will review your desktop, review the post survey route you propose. I think regarding this corridor, the the government of Indonesia already have the regulation about the, you said, this protection zone, what we called as restricted area. It is not it is not charted on the nautical chart, because if we chart all of the zones, it will be cluttered. The chart will be very, very, very complex, and from the navigation point of view, it is not good to have very complex chart. But there are some cases that, if I'm not wrong, you just research about when we have law enforcement suit when one ship miss anchor in Balikpapan waters, I think, and I think one cases when some drifting ships cut cables in, but I'm not sure. But you can check that. I think from that case, in my point of view, there is law enforcement mechanisms in Indonesia in place to protect your cables. What I see in this discussion is, it is, I know from, if I'm in your position as investor or as a cable, this very, very complex permitting process in Indonesia, but it is there is a procedure. I think it is more transparent than previous. I think it is more clear. We have a time frame, and we try from the national team side, from the team point of view, we try to fulfill that obligation that we already given to the public from national level or partners also. So come back to your question about the corridors. Maybe Commodore Dian will have should have the best answer, but in my point of view, the national team is try to conserve the maritime in try to conserve the for the future cable or pipeline. That's why sometimes they cannot give you a very you aspirations. Sometimes they will have to cluster the routes. But let's like I said, there is a room to discussion to regarding this corridor, or you follow the routes and what is the aspirations, and if the analysis you give to the national team is logic and I think they will accommodate, as long as you and the national team will meet in the middle. I mean, we should accommodate all of the interests, the national and the investment interests. I think that's my answer, sir.
Thank you very much. That's a good explanation. And I think what comes out of this, actually all of today, really, the takeaway message is coordination and collaboration. And I think I know Pak Dion very well these days, and I think we are making progress, and it's all to do with collaboration, discussion. And I think the meeting that we had, while I was virtual on the 6th, I think that was quite an encouraging meeting, I thought. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be around on the 23rd, but there's another meeting on the 23rd, which I think it should be really quite constructive. So I think cooperation and collaboration.
One more point. What I want to suggest to you is, as the investor side, is especially for Nico and friends, is in our national level, we have efforts to bring this one-stop shop permitting and approval process. Maybe not one-stop shop like India, but we already building this environment. Probably not. Procedural is not the one only focal point for the permitting process, but you can start with procedural. You can start study our system. I mean, the system, the pipa cable that we built, you can start from there. You must stop again in other ministerial, like you have a permitting in KKP, in perhubungan, in transportation. But in this subsea cable, I think people from investor, national or international level, you should learn more about this new system. I think procedural also should give more presentation to investor how is this AP works, and when will help them to overcome the challenge on permitting and in the permitting process. I think that's my suggestions.
And I'm just following up on that. I'm very pleased that Procedural are members of the ICPC. Anybody got anything else to contribute to this discussion? I keep getting signs from the back there that we're running out of time. So we can wrap this up now. Anybody got any other comment? Yes, one more comment.
I just, I understand that cable corridor, there's competing use and you try to restrict the cable corridor and cable 7. But as a result of that, especially when cable are running in parallel for long distance, you will create problems when it comes. I give you a recent example. Recently, we carry out a repair. Water depth about 60 meter. Inside of this cable, I call it cable A. Then there's this cable B running in parallel, about 180 to 200 meters away. And these cables are all very meters, up to 3 meters, And then on the other side of the cable, there's this other cable which is about 500 meters away, which is good. Minimum 500 meter, right? So when we go there, we localize a fault, and we realize that the cable was dragged. This cable A was dragged across to the other cable about 200 meters away. So it crossed over cable B, and it created quite a lot of difficulties, in retrieving the cable because there are limitation, on the cable ground to grab for the cable. And then we have to abandon quite a large section of the cable and lay a new section in, release the bike onto the other side where you got more space. Otherwise, you overlap to the cable B. The practical problems that we encounter. And as a result, the whole repair was prolonged. So usually a repair take maybe about 5 days, 6 days. It take more than double. So these are practical problems that you will encounter if you have this separation between cables.
And probably worse issues, including electrical cables in the corridor as well.
Let's not go there. Okay, we have to wrap this up now. So I'd like to thank all the contributors to this session. And I would like to take this opportunity of thanking the organizers for what has been a very interesting and constructive day. This lady in the back there, this lady here, done a good job. Thanks a lot for that. And all of this, Okay, you for a wrap up.
Thank you very much. I think we can all say that we've had such a very long day. I just want to take this opportunity to thank every who's still in the room, thank you very much. And I think I'll speak for everyone. Girlie, thank you so much for coming. I was about to call you up here with your team. Really thanking Telecom U for being such awesome partners for GDIP and for putting this whole event together. I think in wrapping up, I couldn't enough what Graham just ended with, some of the key points around coordination, collaboration, regulatory stability. I think Nico spoke about that a lot. National policy, resilience by design. I think there's a lot that we've had today that really underscores some of the core things about subsea cables. And I just wanted to share just a simple story of where I come from, the African continent. Just recently, about 6 months from January to now, we've had multiple cable cuts. In March, 4 major cables in West were cut, and over 12 dozen countries were affected, severely affected, losing internet for a couple of months. And just a few months back in East Africa, we also had 2 cuts. And I can tell you that I was on a Zoom call and I couldn't even have my connection, just an internet connection, because in Nairobi, just across the door, was cut, and it took a long time for us to even get connectivity. So these issues are closer to home, and these issues actually do affect real people and real businesses. So I'm glad that these conversations are happening, and let's continue having these conversations. Thank you so much for being in the room. Gali, I'd like to call you forward with your team just for us to say thank you. You've really done an amazing job. Thanks so much. And thanks, everyone. So yeah, I just wanted to wrap it up at that, and wish everyone a very good evening. Thanks, everyone. Gali, do you need to say anything from your side?
So, well, thank you, everyone. Thank you for having us in this session. Thank you for having us in this agenda. I'm so glad to have you here. I'm so happy. I'm representing Telkom University. It is an honor for us to actually having this kind of workshops. We would help at least how GDIP and also how Subsea cable could, let's say, have the same tensions, have the same knowledge between what happens in Indonesia and every single stakeholders that involved in subsea cables in the world. And then Telkom University were actually committed to help everything that related into knowledges. So we believe that subsea cable is also the knowledge that we need to know, and we were happy to be part of this kind of workshops. Thank you so much.
So then, you have to come back with a press release, basically saying that it's scholars, evidence, not being so the next week, which is the council meeting, I'm sure is going to be